After divorcing my husband, I knew being a single mother would be no easy feat, but I overestimated myself as well. My daughter is my world, but God, she can be a terror. I can't handle any more of the Monday through Friday morning tantrums, and I couldn't help but feel guilty when I'd be leaving her at school an hour after dismissal because I couldn't get off of work on time. So when I got the letter in the mail, I had to see if it was something worth trying. I found it in my mailbox on a Friday afternoon on my way home from work. It had already been a bad day, but if my daughter gave me a problem, I would have snapped. Upon entering the mailbox, I noticed an envelope that was addressed to me, the shipping address of a company that I can no longer publicly name due to legal reasons. I tore the letter open as I stepped inside, tossing my keys onto the kitchen counter. Unfolding the letter, I began to read it. Greetings, Schneider household. We at Belated strive to push the boundaries of technology as our society makes way towards a bright future, and families like yours are our priority. I raised a brow as I continued to read. That's why you've been randomly selected to be given the chance to receive an early prototype of the newest invitation. The CareBot. CareBot is a groundbreaking new technology in robotics, a handy robot that will assist you in all of your needs. I let out a slight scoff as I read, feeling like I was getting scammed. Including, but not limited to, household cleaning, food stocking, and childcare. Then, my attention was really grabbed. A robot that could take care of my child for me. I was ready to hand over a suitcase of cash. After skimming through the rest of the letter, it ended with a phone number to call if I was interested in the offer. "Mommy," my daughter exclaimed as she trotted downstairs. "Hi, baby," I gestured as she wrapped her arms around my legs. I smiled weakly as I caressed the top of her head with my thumb. I couldn't help but feel guilty, acting like she was such a burden. But I wanted to be able to admit that it wasn't easy, and I shouldn't have felt so guilty for considering the option. So whilst my daughter was playing upstairs, I picked up the phone and dialed the number. I thought to myself, what the hell am I doing? As the phone rang. "You've reached the doctor. I'm Ramona. How can I help you?" "Hi. I got a letter in the mail about an offer, about the robot." "Oh, our CareBot. Congrats on your selection." Thanks." "Are you calling to accept the offer?" My lips parted to speak, but my throat knotted, blocking the words. "Ma'am, are you there?" Yes, sorry." "Are you accepting the offer?" Yes." "Perfect. I'll just be needing to ask you a few questions." About what?" "Just about residents. We collect statistics about the kids of households that receive our products. If you don't want to participate, you can reject it." No, that's fine." "Alrighty. How many children live in your household?" 2.
What's your average yearly income?
40,000, I think.
Do you own any other household items produced by
Rebecca?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Her keyboard clicked over the phone. She continued on, asking me for my state, address, zip code, etc.
We're almost done. All I need is your authentication code.
Sorry?
It's the serial number at the bottom of the letter.
I lifted the paper, my eyes scanning it. When I spotted the numbers, I recited them to her.
Perfect. We're done.
So, what now?
In the next few weeks, you should receive your CareBot. Make sure to be home at time of delivery. You'll need to sign for it.
Got it.
Do you have any other questions?
I had a million questions. No, thank you.
Of course. Thank you for helping
Rebecca.
advance into a tech-filled future. Have a nice day.
Thanks. You too. I put the phone down and sighed deeply, staring down at the letter.
Mommy, I'm hungry,
my daughter cried as she waddled into the room. Yeah, baby, I know. Mommy was busy. I kissed the top of her head as I walked over to the fridge, pulling out a package of frozen chicken nuggets. Tossing them into the hot oven, I stood as I drowned in my own thoughts. I thought about what this robot would be like. Would it have a personality? How capable really is it? Is it even real? Did I get scammed? So many questions that wouldn't be answered until it arrived. 2 weeks later, my doorbell rang. When I opened it, I was stunned to see a crate towering over me, a fragile sticker on it. A mailman peeked his head around it. Delivery for Rosemary? Yeah? Sign here. He handed me a pad of paper that I signed like a doctor. Should I leave it here? Actually, could you move it into the garage? He nodded, wheeling it over. Thank you, I waved as he walked off with the dolly. After closing the garage door, I turned to the crate and stared at it. It was so much bigger than me. I wondered if the robot would be that tall. The only thing left was to find out. So I searched around the garage, pilfering through the tools my husband left behind. I pulled out a crowbar and began prying the front of the crate open. With each nail pulled, my heart pounded harder and harder. When I was done, I carefully dropped the piece of wood to the ground, packing peanuts pouring out. As they pooled around my feet, I looked up and into the box, finally seeing it. It stood still, its back straight. Its skin was a smooth porcelain silver, its shape the one of a woman. Its eyes appeared to be deactivated lights, ones that seemingly would power on when it was charged. Feeling oddly hesitant, I stepped closer to it. The garage light reflected off its polished body as I stood eye to eye with it. My arms trembled as I weakly attempted to lift it, almost breaking my back in the process. With my arms around its back, I suddenly felt a piece of paper. Grabbing aimlessly, I ripped off a taped pamphlet. Flipping through it, I quickly read through the directions on how to turn it on. It said the charger was stored in its back, and it would turn itself on. Reaching behind it again, I removed a panel and pulled out a charger. It just reached the outlet, the cord stretching against the edge of the box. Then a red light began to fade in and out of its chest. I assumed that meant its battery was low. The pamphlet said it needed at least 2 to 3 hours to charge, so I went about my day and left it alone. Around dinner time, I was placing a plate in front of my daughter as I noticed her eyes locked onto something. Honey, you okay?
Who's that?
I looked over, holding in a gasp, as I saw it standing in the doorway. Its glowing white eyes turned to us as we stared back at it. Then, it stiffly walked towards us. Hello, I am Carebot, your personal household assistant. What is your name? It looked at me, waiting for my answer as I stood silent. Rosemary. Nice to meet you, Rosemary. Hearing it repeat my name in its monotone voice sent a slight chill down my spine. What's your name? It turns to my daughter.
Sarah,
she said with a smile. Hello, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I smiled weakly as I saw her bond with it.
Do you have a name?
She asked. I do not. Would you like to give me one? She turns to me, waiting for me to provide one. You can name it.
Kitty,
she exclaimed. What a great name. I am now Kitty. I chuckled as I watched her talk to it. I assumed it would terrify her. Would you like to sit? I awkwardly offered. If you would like me to. I realized that it has no self-desires, so I'd have to order it to.
Sit with me, Kitty.
Okay, Sarah. It walked over to the seat, its motors audible as it sat. What are you eating? It tilted its head.
Chicken nuggets. They're my favorite.
Chicken nuggets. Sarah's favorite food. Well, it kept her busy. I decided to get some errands done around the house. When she was done eating, I walked back into the kitchen. As my hand reached for the plate, its hand was suddenly on it first. I have it covered, it said, lifting the crumb-covered plate. Thank you. It stiffly made its way towards the sink, and even managed to turn on the water on its own. It wasn't a flawless invention, but for an early prototype, it was impressive. As it scrubbed the dishes, I realized how much time I now had on my hands. It felt abnormal. With my newfound time, I spent the day leisuring, as Kitty cleaned up downstairs. A few hours later, it was Sarah's bedtime. Sarah, honey, bedtime. Put your toys away. As I stepped inside her room, I slightly jolted as I saw her kneeled on the ground, Kitty next to her. I still wasn't used to seeing it. What are you guys doing?
I'm showing Kitty my dolls.
Oh, really? What do you think, Kitty? Child's entertainment is very interesting. Glad you think so. All right, time for bed. Chop chop. I clapped as I turned off the light. She hopped into bed and waited for me to tuck her in. Before I could walk over to her, it stepped in front of me and pulled the blanket over her. I stood stunned as Sarah giggled. Good night, Sarah.
Good night, Kitty.
I followed it with my open gaze as it walked over. Turning back to my daughter, I kissed her forehead. Good night, baby.
Good night, Mommy.
After closing the door, I looked up and jumped at the sight of it standing in the hall. Sorry for frightening you. It's fine. Would you like me to take care of anything? No. I slipped past it and made my way towards my bedroom. I struggled to fall asleep that night. I imagined it hanging over me with a butcher's knife. The next morning, I woke up to the pleasant smell of something cooking. It smelled like waffles or pancakes. My curiosity piqued. I walked downstairs as the smell grew stronger. As I peeked inside the kitchen, I saw Kitty flipping pancakes at the stove and Sarah at the table. Good morning, I said as I stepped inside. Good morning, Rosemary. It turned to me, still flipping the pancakes. She ran over to hug me, but my eyes were locked on it. Is Kitty making you breakfast?
She's making me pancakes.
Chocolate chip pancakes, to be exact. That's nice. The fact that she called it she weirdly unnerved me. I guess it does look like a woman, but it's not. I slowly sat down as I watched it sprinkle chocolate chips onto the pan, the smell of melted chocolate filling the room. When they were finished, it flipped them onto a plate and walked over to her.
Thank you, Kitty.
You're welcome. I watched as it walked back towards the pan and began washing it. How is it? She flashed a thumbs up as she chewed. Good. I'm glad. Strangely enough, I felt weird to not be doing anything. I accepted the offer to have a helping hand around the house, not another parent. She already had her father for that. But at the same time, she didn't, I guess.
"I'm done,"
she exclaimed, dropping her fork and knife into the syrup-coated plate. "I got it," I smiled, quickly rushing in to grab the plate as it still stood by the sink. Standing next to it, I began washing the plate as Sarah ran back upstairs. "Would you like me to do that for you?" No, it's fine. I've actually been going insane from doing nothing," I chuckled. "Do you need medical assistance?" No, it was a joke. I'm okay." I laughed. "Oh, I see. Joke." "Yeah, like an exaggeration." I turned away as it continued to wash the dish. Even without expression, I could tell it was pondering. "Sarah," it suddenly said aloud. What about her?" "You are her biological mother?" I nodded. "What was that like? I'm curious to learn about the human experience." Well, with an epidural, it wasn't as painful as it'd normally be, but it was still practically squeezing a watermelon through a straw." "If it is so painful, why did you do it?" Because... I don't know why I was stumbling on my answer. I guess I just never thought about why. I didn't need a why. Because I was ready to make my life about her. "Ah, I see. Do you enjoy it? Motherhood?" I wouldn't say it's easy, but I wouldn't trade it for the world." "If you enjoy it, why did you accept me into your home?" Because she deserves better than to see me struggle." "You are a good mother." I smiled weakly, looking away. "I hope so." "I'd like to be a mother someday." Maybe they'll make a kid bot or something," I chuckled. "Ha ha. Maybe." As we continued to scrub the dishes, I thought about its question about my birth. I realized my answer only focused on the pain, and I weirdly felt guilty about that. It wasn't so bad. Her birth, I mean. Seeing her was worth it. I remember holding her for the first time, my ex-husband next to me, and all I could think was, "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." I smiled as I stared off, remembering her tiny face and tiny fingers that wrapped around mine. "Ex-husband." My head shot up at the question, my face falling. Yeah." "Does love expire?" Sometimes, yeah." "But not love for your child, right?" "No, that's unconditional. Infinite." "I see." As I finished cleaning the dish, I set it aside on the drying rack and cleaned off my hands. "I have some errands to run. Will you be okay handling the house on your own?" "Yes, that's what I am built for." "Right." I walked towards the upstairs steps after slipping my shoes on. "Sarah, Mommy's going out. I'll be home soon."
"Okay."
Truthfully, I felt anxious about leaving her home with it, but it seemed harmless. All it really knew how to do was cook and clean. So I brushed the anxiety away and got some errands done. When I got back home, I first noticed Sarah sitting on the table as Kitty placed a Band-Aid on her knee. "Hey, baby, are you okay?" "Yeah, I fell off my scooter." "Oh, hon." "But Kitty patched me up." I glanced over at it as it pressed down on the adhesive. "All done." "Thank you, Kitty." she sprang up and ran back outside. Then it began following behind her. I trailed behind them, watching her hop back on the scooter. Watching from the front door, it watched as she rode back and forth down the sidewalk.
"The wheels light up too,"
I heard her excitedly exclaim. "Very cool." I smiled weakly, then shut the door. I felt stupid for even feeling it, but I was jealous of a robot. I'm glad she likes it, but it felt like she liked it more than me. Dealing with my own issues and trying to be good enough for her was getting harder to do simultaneously. On Monday, I groggily woke up, preparing for a fight to get her to school. As I wiped my eyes, I dragged my feet towards her bedroom. "Sarah, honey, it's time for school." I opened the door, and to my surprise, her bed was empty. I glanced around the empty room, feeling puzzled. "Sarah?" I called out as I walked down the hall. I looked down the stairs and saw her at the bottom as Kitty tied her shoes. "Hey, you woke up early?"
"Yeah, Kitty made me breakfast again."
"Oh, that's nice." "Okay, let's go," it said. "It's fine, I can take her." "Get some extra sleep. I can transport her to school." Its persistence was starting to get on my nerves. I trotted down the steps and approached it, our eyes meeting. "I can take my daughter to school." It stood silently for a moment. "Understood. Would you like me to do anything around the house?" "No, it's fine. Let's go, honey." I quickly led her out of the house and into the car. As she got into the back seat, I noticed a frown on her face through the rearview mirror. "What's wrong, hon?"
"I wanted Kitty to take me."
"But Mama always takes you to school." She looked away, crossing her arms. I quietly sighed before starting the car. On the way to school, she stayed dead silent. As I pulled up to the school, I turned to her. "Have a good day. I love you."
"Bye."
I raised my brows as she stomped out of the car. Wow, I wasn't expecting the teenage angst to start so soon. After spending a stressful day at work, I sped back to the school to make sure I picked her up on time. But, as usual, I was late. When she got back in the car, she still had that scrunched look on her face. "Hey, hon, how was your day?"
"You're late."
I know, I'm sorry. I got stuck at work."
"You always do."
"Yeah, well, adult stuff is a lot."
"Kitty doesn't have adult stuff."
I pursed my lips as I held myself from screaming. "That's because Kitty is a robot." She crossed her arms again, turning away from me. I rolled my eyes and started the car. Once again, the ride was silent. When we stepped inside, I noticed Kitty standing in the kitchen, scrubbing a counter. She turns to us, walking over. "Hello. Welcome home." "Hi."
"Kitty!"
she exclaimed, running over to hug her. "How was your day at school?"
"Good."
"I am glad." "All right, honey, go do some homework." I patted her backpack as she ran upstairs. As I set my keys down, it turned to me. "Rosemary, I was meaning to inform you that I disposed of your wedding ring." For a moment, I couldn't tell if I had processed the words correctly. I slowly turned to it, my brows furrowed. I'm sorry, what?" "I disposed of your wedding ring. I figured it wouldn't be of any use anymore, and it was cluttering the household. My eyes were wide, and my jaw dropped. Why? I said don't do anything while I was gone. I am a household robot. It is my job. Yeah, it's your job to cook and clean, not throw out my personal belongings. That was my wedding ring. But you said love expired, right? I scoffed as I looked away, holding back tears. It's not. It's a lot more complicated than that. What is complicated about it? Help me understand. My blood boiled with every word it said. I couldn't tell if it was actually that stupid, or if it was just pushing my buttons. Before I exploded, I stormed off with my fists balled. I slammed the door behind me and pressed my back against it, taking in slow breaths. I quickly wiped away flowing tears as I tried to keep myself together. I couldn't believe it threw out my wedding ring. It felt personal. Robots aren't supposed to have feelings, but it felt like it was getting just as jealous as I was. Then, I spotted the letter that I left on my bedside table. Acting on impulse, I rushed over to it and began dialing the number. I anxiously chewed on my lip as it rang.
Hi, you've reached the doctor. This is Ramona. How can I help you?
Hi, I called a few weeks ago about the CareBot offer.
What's your name?
Rosemary Schneider.
1 second.
I listened to her keyboard click as I waited.
Ah, yes, found you. It says your clever bot was delivered a few days ago. Did it not arrive?
No, it did.
Oh, perfect. Are you calling to report a malfunction?
Actually, I'm calling to return it. Is that possible?
I'm sorry, but there's no return policy in our fine print. But if something is wrong with your unit, you can report it to our development team.
Great. That's all right. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. I slammed the phone down and brushed my hair back. Rosemary. I yelped and whipped around, realizing it was standing in the doorway. Yes? Are you feeling all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I'd like to be left alone right now, please. Understood. As she closed the door behind her, panic set in. If she heard that conversation, I was doomed. That night, I could barely sleep. And when I did, I kept one eye open. Then, the next morning, as I was getting Sarah ready for school, the doorbell rang. Could you finish tying her shoes? I hesitantly asked Kitty. Yes, of course. When I opened the door, there was a man on my front porch. Hi, what can I help you with? Hi, I'm with Child Protective Services. We received an anonymous report about child negligence. Can I ask you a few questions? My soul spilled out from my body as he spoke. My vocal cords knotted. Yeah, come in. My heart pounded against my chest as he stepped inside, scanning my house with his sharp gaze. I was just taking her to school. He turns to Kitty, tilting his head. This is CareBot? Yeah, just got it. Huh. Seen a few of those. Hello. It suddenly greeted. He chuckled with a smirk, then turns to Sarah. He crouched down to reach her level, smiling softly. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Can I ask you a few questions? It won't take long. I'll be late for school. Don't worry. I'll be your excuse.
Okay.
He stood up and turns to me. I'm gonna take her to another room for some questions. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Let's go.
He led her into the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. I dropped my head into my hands, a migraine forming. Who the hell would have reported me? Then it hit me how stupid of a question that was. I slowly turned to Kitty, who stood aimlessly. I was ready to rip its wires apart and have its head on a stick. I paced back and forth about what questions he'd be asking her and what her answers would be. This month has been so stressful. I never wanted her to feel neglected. Then my head whipped around to the door as it opened. She ran back to me, wrapping her arms around my legs. Hi, baby.
All right. Now may I speak to you?
I looked up, thinking he was speaking to me, until I realized he had turned to Kitty. You're going to question it?
You'd be surprised how many times a carebot has been the one to crack the case. They record information.
I'm screwed. Okay. I crossed my arms, holding my body back from trembling.
Come with me.
I watched as they walked into the kitchen, praying he wouldn't believe anything she was going to spew. After a few agonizing minutes, they walked back in. I glared at it as it stood.
Now you.
I sighed deeply and followed him into the kitchen. My heart was pumping at lightning speed as I sat down. He sat across from me, a notepad in his hand. Ask away.
So, I'll start off with your daughter. She describes no experience of negligence or abuse.
I internally sighed deeply.
But she mentioned how much this past month has been for you. She said she often found you in distress or in a bad mood. She cited your divorce as the reason.
I swallowed roughly as I turned away. It's been a rough month, that's all.
When did you and your ex-husband divorce?
We, actually haven't signed the papers yet. Sometime soon, though. I crossed my arms as he jotted down on the notepad.
Was it an abusive relationship? Did he ever hurt you or your daughter?
No, it just wasn't working anymore.
All right. So, I also interviewed your carebots. Kitty, was it?
I nodded.
Does mental illness run in your family?
Excuse me? My brow furrowed.
Kitty detailed a conversation where you confided in her with the information that you feel you're going insane and that being a single mother is too much for you. Have any family members of yours experienced things such as depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder?
No. You got it all wrong. It was just a joke. It didn't understand what I meant.
All right. Calm down. You're saying she misinterpreted it.
Yes.
Okay.
I looked away, trying to stop myself from hyperventilating. I worried he wasn't believing me.
She also detailed an afternoon where Sarah was injured and you weren't home to be around. She explained that her prototype version wasn't programmed for medical care, so she had to do the best she could. My jaw continued to drop as my eyes widened. It painted me as such a villain.
Stop saying she. It's not a person, I exploded.
Miss Schneider, do you need a minute?
My jaw trembled as my eyes darted around. I was borderline spiraling. I'm fine. I apologize.
It's all right. I know how stressful this can be. I just want to get to the bottom of this.
I took a deep breath and composed myself. That did happen, but not the way it's saying. She scraped her knee while riding her scooter. It happens. Kids scrape their knees. Kitty put a Band-Aid on her, and she ran back out like nothing happened. And why weren't you home? I was running errands. He continued to jot things down. I attempted to peek at what he was writing, but couldn't. Kitty said that in the fine prints of her, its pamphlet, it says that leaving the prototype version alone with a child for a prolonged amount of time is not recommended because it is not fully developed. It didn't mention that to me when I left. It was fine watching over her. So you didn't read the fine print? Who reads the fine print? I rubbed my temples as nausea churned my stomach. As we finished writing, he flipped the notepad shut. All right, I think we're done here. You can't let it do this to me. I swear to God, it's out to get me. The robot is out to get you. Yes! As the words left my mouth, I realized how crazy I sounded. And that definitely didn't help my case. Look, to me, you just seem like a stressed mom. But I'm going to have to schedule a follow-up checkup. What? Why? It's just protocol, ma'am. If you're not guilty of anything, it won't be a problem. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. I followed him back out, noticing Kitty and Sarah sitting on the steps. Hope I didn't take up too much of your time. Have a good day. He waved to everybody. I shut the door behind him and leaned against it with my arms crossed. I stared down at my feet as I felt my world crashing down. I already lost my husband. If I lost her too, I didn't know what I'd do. Can I go to school now? Breaking out of my train of thought, I looked up at her. Yeah, come on. As we stepped out the door, I quickly glared at Kitty, who stayed silent as it stared back. After dropping her off at school, I paused for a moment, keeping my car parked. I took a deep breath as my grip on the steering wheel tightened. I was feeling so much at once, but one thing I knew for sure. It needed to go. So as I drove home, I attempted to devise a plan. As intelligent as it was still a robot. It's slow and defenseless. It'd be easy to take out. I then decided the time to do it was now, while Sarah was in school. I'd just tell her that Kitty was defective and it had to go back to the factory. She'd shed a few tears, but would forget it quickly if I got her something else to focus on, like a pet. As I pulled into the driveway, I raised my chin and prepared my act. Upon stepping inside, I heard the sink running. With its attention held, I quietly made my way towards the garage. Rosemary, are you home? I froze where I stood, wincing my face as she spoke. Yeah, 1 second. I continued into the garage, my eyes darting around. Then the crowbar that I used to take apart the crates caught my eye. And suddenly, a light bulb lit up above my head. Hey, Kitty. Yes. Could you help me take apart the crate you came in so I can throw it out? Coming. I lifted the crowbar as I waited for it to walk in. I smiled at it as it stepped through the door. How can I help? I chewed the inside of my cheek for a moment. Start by picking up those packing peanuts. Will do. I kept my eye on it as it walked over, slowly kneeling down. One by one, it picked up the packing peanuts, leaving itself vulnerable. Slowly creeping up behind it, I lifted the crowbar. I pursed my lips, tightened my grip, and swung down on its head. The metals clanked against each other, echoing throughout the garage as it collapsed to the ground. Its material was tough, only a dent was left in its skull. So I swung down again and again. I continued to bludgeon it until I saw wires. With my chest pumping, I dropped the crowbar. Sparks flew from the crater in its head as I drug it back into the crate. After lying it in the box, I lifted the cover back on and nailed it shut. Wiping the sweats off my brow, I left the garage and sank into the living room couch. It was finally gone. Its twisted mission to get rid of me failed. With little time to rest, I quickly got ready for work and got there before I was late. Throughout the day, I prepared for how upset Sarah was going to be. It felt like she had already blamed me for so much that was out of my control. I hoped she wouldn't put this on my back too. Making it even worse, I ended up leaving work later than usual. I sped as safely as possible towards the school, knowing that me being late and Kitty being gone was going to require a new toy as an apology. But when I pulled up, she wasn't there. I waited a few more minutes, tapping my finger on the steering wheel, but she never came out. I remembered that if she stayed out for too long, they'd take her into the attendance office. But when I stepped inside, she wasn't in there.
Hi, what can I help you with?
Is Sarah Schneider still in class? I came to pick her up, and she's not here. The woman flipped through the pages, scanning them.
She was dismissed about half an hour ago.
My stomach sank as she said it. What? To who?
CareBot, registered under your name.
Oh my God. I flew out the door and started my car with shaking hands. Speeding around the corners, I left skid marks all the way home. I halted my car on the curb of my house, then dashed towards the front door. Sarah! I cried as I threw the door open. My eyes darted around the house, looking for any sign of her. Sarah, honey, are you here? I barged into the garage, my face crumbling as I saw the open crate. How could it still be functioning? Suddenly, I heard a thump above me. Running out of the garage, I flew upstairs and threw open each door. Sarah, baby, where are you? Then, as I threw open the bedroom door, my expression twisted in horror. Kitty was lying on the bed, wires draped from its head, its back against the bed frame, its legs spread open with a jagged hole in its crotch. Suddenly, it began letting out glitching, monotone screams as blood spurted from the hole. I watched, frozen in terror, as my white sheets turned crimson. Then, out through the hole, came a blood-stained hand. A hand I didn't want to recognize. I dropped to my knees as tears streamed down my face, watching as her arm snapped in half on the way out, the bone sticking out of meaty flesh. Her back then came out first, her spine folding until blood splattered and soaked through her clothes. Then, her blood-coated legs began to come out, the jagged edges of the hole scraping down them and spilling more blood. And finally, her head popped out, with her dislocated jaw hanging from meaty strings and a dent that caved in her skull. Its screaming slowed to a stop as my daughter's contorted, mutilated body fully released onto the bed. Not a single limb in the right place. Then it reached down and lifted her up, blood pouring down its arms as her snapped limbs dangled. It cradled her as it looked down into her fearful eyes that were locked open.
even in death. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen.
The smell of bacon roused me from my sleep. Mother was so good to us. There was not a single morning that she did not have something hot for us to eat as we awoke. As I lifted myself up in the bed, I felt my hair brush against my thighs and stretched my arms out wide. Having my hair braided and being dressed for the day before she finished cooking was paramount. Disappointing her was the worst feeling that could ever be had. My sisters hurried around the room, each of them working on a different part of their morning routine. I sat with my sister Abigail at her bed, and she began to twist my hair into shape. She and I were partners every morning. We held each other accountable to be awake on time and made sure that we were presentable before we sat at the table. Wendy, my eldest sister, came up to me and asked me to button up her dress. I did so without hesitation and patted her on both shoulders as I finished. "See you at the table," I said, as she thanked me and walked out of the room. Wendy was always the early bird, eager to help Mother with breakfast and have all of our places set for us before we arrived. "Stop turning your head," Abigail said as she jerked my back straight by pulling my hair. Okay. Jeez, Abigail. You sure seem cranky this morning. Is something bothering you?" I responded to her quizzically and rubbed the back of my head where my hair had been yanked. "Oh, it's nothing. At least I think it's nothing. We don't have time, Madison, and there's still so much to do." She answered my query tersely. It was obvious that she was not up to speak about it for the time being. She even called me Madison instead of Maddie, which she only did if she was upset, so I left it for later. We shared everything with each other, so she would surely give me the details when she was ready and willing. We quickly finished our braids and helped each other get into our dresses. I reached into my dress pocket and felt the smooth stone that had our favorite scripture painted onto it. John 8:7. Abby and I had made matching ones for each other as a sort of reminder to not be so hard on ourselves. I kept it on me always, and I hope that Abby got even half as much comfort from hers as I did from mine. When we arrived at the table, Mother was still laboring over the bacon and omelets for all 7 of us. Wendy was setting down a glass of orange juice at each of our spots. I thanked her as she sat mine in front of me. I couldn't help but notice a shifty look on Abigail's face, which was unlike my sister. She was a morning person and always exuded joy and cheerfulness during our early routines. I believe Mother picked up on it as well because she began to look at her suspiciously. She called out to her from the stove. "Abigail, dear, would you mind fetching my bonnet from the bedroom? It is right on top of my bedside table." Abby hunched towards me and whispered before standing. "Look inside your pillowcase." After rising, she answered in a louder tone. "Yes, Mother, right away." She walked off with a distant and cold look upon her face. I could have sworn that I even saw her trembling. While I began to ponder what could be affecting my beloved sister so seriously, I heard Mother speak again. She was not talking to us directly, but obviously wanted us to hear what she was saying. "I moved that bonnet into the closet. I better go tell Abigail." After she muttered this, she followed Abby towards her bedroom, and Wendy took over handing out everybody's food. After all of our plates were full and the table was ready, we waited patiently for Mother and Abigail. We knew better than to eat before everyone had arrived. The other girls began to talk quietly amongst themselves, but I had too much on my mind to join with them. Mother came back from her room, still not wearing her bonnet, and took her seat at the table. "Abigail is not feeling well. She will not be joining us for breakfast this morning. She asked me to pass along her apologies," she said to all of the sisters. I did my best to keep a straight face, but I was terrified on the inside. I knew when Abby was sick, and that was not what was wrong with her right now. We knew each other better than anyone, and almost had a psychic type of connection. Something was amiss, but I had to bide my time to understand what was happening. "Madison, Clarissa, you both have hardly touched your omelets. You will need all your strength, so eat up. We have a big day today, Mother cheerfully said to us. Of course, Mother. Thank you for a lovely meal, I responded. It was of the utmost importance that I kept up the charade of my being oblivious. Mother knew how close Abigail and I were, and would be monitoring me closely if there truly was something terribly wrong. I hurriedly finished my plate and helped gather everyone's dishes to bring to the sink. Wendy and Chastity were happily washing the dishes as I helped gather them. I left the dining area and was the first to return to our large communal bedroom. As I did, I went straight from my bed and reached into my pillowcase, feeling around at a feverish pace. I felt what seemed to be a folded-up note and rushed to put it in my dress pocket alongside Abby's stone before anyone walked into the room. I heard a few of my sisters approaching and reached to my bedside table to grab my Bible and notebook. Gretchen and Mildred strolled in, heading to their respective beds, and gathered up their Bibles and notebooks as well. I made the act of joining them seem as natural as possible, as we went together into the main gathering room. The sisters slowly began to filter in and turn the pages of their Bibles while jotting down things here and there in their notebooks. Finally, once all the sisters had arrived and settled in, Mother came and spoke to all of us. Let's begin our morning meditation, girls. We can start the process by saying what it is we are most thankful for. As always, Wendy, dear, would you like to start? Of course, Mother. I'm thankful for having such a wonderful and caring mother. We are so blessed to have you taking care of us every day and night. A typical answer from Wendy. It seemed that most days she used some form of flattery to express her gratitude. I couldn't help but notice Abigail was still absent from the group. I was beginning to be overtaken by dark suspicions. Chastity was the next to chime in for morning meditations. I am so grateful for our home. We're lucky to have never seen the horrors and profanities that lie outside of this place. You are surely right about that, my dear, Mother chimed in. Chastity continued. I had another night terror last night. I was dreaming of those wretched creatures that Mother has spoken of from the outside world. The men who want nothing more than to abuse us and defile our pure souls. It's just so horrible to imagine. She broke off into sobs, and was rushed over to by Gretchen and Mildred. They held her and reassured her that all was going to be all right. I took this moment to make my move. If you all will excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hurry back, Madison. We will be continuing shortly, Mother replied, before going over to check on Chastity herself. I nodded as I walked off hurriedly. The restroom was down the same hallway as Mother's room, which was where Abigail was supposed to be. I quietly walked past the restroom and crept into Mother's room. Abby was nowhere to be found. Not on the bed, as we were told, or in her closet. My blood ran cold as I realized the deceit. I remembered the last thing that Abby said to me, and pulled the note out of my dress pocket. Folded up inside of the paper was a picture. It was 7 girls that looked just like us. They had their hair braided the same as ours. Their dresses were so strikingly similar that I was almost certain they were the exact same ones. I moved the picture to the side and read what Abby had scrawled on the paper. I found this while clearing Mother's room. I'm sure there is some kind of reasonable explanation, but I can't work up the guts to ask her about it. Maybe we can do it together. It always makes me feel better to have you by my side. Tell me what you think. Love, Abigail. I began to back away in horror when I felt myself bump into something solid and felt warm breath on the back of my neck. Madison, darling, we're waiting for you at morning meditation. My pulse began to race, and a cold sweat began to form on my forehead. I used my best sleight of hand while trying to hide the contents of the note from Mother. I'm sorry, Mother. I thought I would check on Abigail after I finished in the restroom. I assume she must have moved back to her own bed, I said, ending my thoughts with an audible gulp and noticeably trembling. Oh, dear, dear, dear. There's no need to worry about Abigail in the slightest. Do you know what the Bible says about sacrifice, my dear Madison? Mother asked, but gave me no time to answer. She began to pace beside me and slowly started circling me as I stood frozen in fear. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. Luke 9:24. A beautiful scripture, isn't it, Madison? You see, today is the day that my lovely daughters will be able to do the most glorious thing that one can for the Lord. They will lay down their very lives to glorify His name. You will have new heavenly bodies. Gone will be the sins and vices of the flesh. You girls will be awaiting your mother in paradise, where the streets are paved with gold, far, far away from all of the evil of this forsaken world. Her voice was soothing, even though not a word she said had the same effect. I reached my hands into my dress pockets to better conceal the note and picture. It was then that I felt Abby's stone in my hand. I thought of the comfort that Abigail had always brought me, and I thought of what terror she must be in right now.
"Mother, where is Abigail?"
I said coldly. She stopped circling me and looked me dead in the eyes before answering.
"She is with Jesus now, Madison. Before you know it, the rest of my beautiful daughters will be right there beside her."
Emboldened by hearing this statement, I snatched the stone up with a firm grip and struck it down on the top of Mother's head. I lifted and dropped the stone more times than I can remember, crying as I did, in remembrance of my loving sister. I sobbed as I locked Mother's door and went to the place that none of us were supposed to know about, the place where Mother would leave to get our food or any other necessities. I saw her go to it when I was supposed to be taking a nap in her bed many years ago. In the back of her closet, somehow, she made the wall open and ascended into a hatch that presumably went into the outside world. As I got back into the closet, I shoved her clothes to the side and saw a pin pad in the corner of the wall. I typed in the numbers to Mother's favorite Bible verse, Revelations 13:13. The door clicked and came open as I entered this, and I shoved through and made my way to the ladder and climbed into the hatch. There was a large wheel at the top that I spun as quickly as I could until there was no more spinning left to do. When I reached this point, I pushed upward and lifted the heavy lid. It was that moment that I saw the sunlight for the first time in my life. It was warm and wonderful, and it made my skin tingle with a sensation that I had never experienced before. I'd heard about it and read about it in books, but nothing could compare to feeling it on your skin for yourself firsthand. I grasped my stone from my sweet sister, and I held on to it like a small girl holds on to a baby doll when she is awoken from a bad dream. I took one step, and then another, and I continued to walk the only way that I could, forward into the great unknown. I had been walking for so long. I had experienced exhaustion and hunger like I had never known in my life. I was plagued throughout the entire journey by invasive and overbearing thoughts that consumed me. Was my mother dead or alive? Was she even really my mother? Or had we been fooled for our whole lives? My sisters had surely discovered her by now. What in the world must they be thinking of me right now? Finally, the most prominent thought that ate away at me was about my poor, sweet sister, Abigail. How she had been brought to death far too early, and how that was the fate that awaited all of us if I had not acted. Hopefully, my sisters would believe the truth and realize this was what had to be done. I saw something in the distance. It was the first semblance of any life I had come across since I left the bunker. It was a man, at least I was fairly certain that it was a man. He was riding on a large green machine out in a field of what appeared to be wheat. I screamed out to him for help, sobbing with joy at the prospect of being saved. The man stopped his machine and ran over to me. He had a big cowboy hat on and was wearing a flannel shirt with blue jeans and boots.
"What are you doing out here, little missy? You look like a herd of wild hogs got a hold of you."
Thrope, who went blood mad, as they termed it, would be useful. They were not happy, but after several hours of heated discussion, they relented, grudgingly, but only if I went into great detail about therianthropy and the differences to cryptids like skinwalkers. Like previously mentioned, therianthropy, or shifting, is different to the few other forms that other cryptids are able to replicate. The closest example is the skinwalker. However, due to the secrecy of Native American shamanistic rituals, we are unable to examine the ritual. And given the levels of stupidity and curiosity people can demonstrate, I wouldn't post the information anyway, even if I did possess it. For therianthropy, the training stages allows the shifter to adapt to things like skin of an animal, the muscles and speed, but the most tricky aspect is the mentality. Physical changes can be eased into to allow greater control, but the mental changes are the part where shifters can turn feral if the human mind doesn't gain dominance. One of these cases would be used as an example below. However, those who do not make the shift successfully, they elect to use their powers to hunt the more dangerous cryptids and play guard duty for the bigger dangers. Though, while these Therians were effective in cryptid combat, they couldn't fight them all. The rake has an especially destabilizing effect on therianthropes. The skinwalker trigger a truly heightened fight-or-flight response. The fight would be to the death, typically the Therian. The common Therian forms are wolf, horse, boar, and bear. There are others, but I am asked to mention them only in the relevant case files. The case file I have chosen, and have to defend my choice for, is one involving the last true werewolf. I have been asked to omit any dates, as there are still hunters out there who are trawling sites like this looking for clues to the Therian threat. They are obsessed with killing Therians. Case file. Werewolf. Therian. Number 001. Final. Journals and maps indicate the location of where the last true werewolf was eventually killed. The language is not English, but something I was able to get translated. Again, the language is not something I am allowed to disclose. We have been hunting him for the past 6 weeks. His aggressive nature is causing his trail to be easy, but we are patient. We know he is the last. The Inquisition, the Shadow One, has killed many werewolves and eliminated most of the more insidious vampires. But this lichen has proved to be a cunning predator, almost apex. He has avoided the small hamlets in the area. He must be hungry. This makes him even more dangerous. A predator that is hunted, hungry, and desperate. I do not expect any of us to live through this hunt, but his death is required. Therian 2 has informed us that we have found a lair. Tracks and recent kills indicate that it could be the lichens. We spread out and attune our senses to sharpen. There are 5 other Therians, including myself. Therian 4 is a bear shifter. She is looking at the mouth of the lair with an odd expression. Human, the Therian whispered. All our eyes snap at each other. This changes things. A hostage, or a snack. Unless we move, the human is dead. As the hunt's leader, I walk into the clearing. I am a wolf shifter. There are 2 boar shifters, the bear shifter, and a horse shifter. The others follow me into the small clearing. The boars were twins. They nod at me. We know our roles. The boars were to play bait. The horse shifter was a trained healer. The bear shifter is the main powerhouse. As a wolf, I have inherent understanding of team leadership. I howl, reaching that primal aspect, issuing a challenge. The others scatter to their positions. I stand in front of the lair mouth. A growl that seems to shake the entire forest ripples from the lair. It stalked out with restrained strength. I charged at it, and I knew the response. It charged at me. The lichen leaped at me, but I slid along the ground as the boars charged in together. Their tusks barely broke its skin. From this point, the writing would change in style. The language was the same, but the writing is much shakier. It was apex. A lichen reached the pinnacle. We won't survive this fight. The bear charged in with a roar like a volcano. The blows seemed to shake the very air around us all. The leader started darting in and out, snapping at hamstrings and other weak points. The boars started to mirror their attacks, aiming for the same spots on the opposite side. The fight was the most brutal I'd ever seen. The lichen's claws easily ripped through our flesh. The bear was greatly wounded, and the hunt leader was missing his throat, still clutched in the lichen's right hand. The surviving boar was being held up in their left hand, and its kicks were getting weaker. I move and strike. My kicks are powerful. I reach out with a kick and slam into its throat. I can feel the wind box collapse beneath my hoof. He throws the boar away. A loud crack answers the question I dreaded. I start to dart aside, but with his last few breaths, he managed to slash against my stomach. Then, he collapsed. I took the book from the leader, and have documented the final fights. I am dying, but this needs to be recorded. I'm going to ask the human who is staring at us. Get him to hand this journal into a sage. We fought well. I remember reading somewhere that the rate that herd animals are killed by predators in Africa is the same rate as the number of people who just completely disappear. Some of these are fodder for the dark web and the like. But what about the people who don't just disappear, but are known to die through tragic happenstance? Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 and other similar events. The Titanic is another one, and the dreaded Bermuda Triangle. As I implied, I did spot some of the missing in the dark web, but what happens to the larger groups of people who died? Their bodies are most unrecoverable. There is a bit more to their death, judging by the records I have seen. Dragons are real, but since they cannot be controlled or weaponized by conventional means, placation seems to be the one-hand tactic for dealing with them. While there are not many in the world, as those details have been scrubbed from any specific mention, and given the complete radio silence from Russia and China, we would be unable to provide an exact number anyway. Every so often, a large group of people vanish tragically. Flight 370 is a fairly public and recent event, similar to what is described. 239 people, or as they have become viewed as portions of a meal. Every so often, a group of over 150 people would disappear, presumed to be dead. They are divvied up and prepared per the dragon's requirements. If the cooks are able to preserve some part of the body, it would be the only piece found for closure of the bereaved families. This has been going on for a while, decades at least. As time goes on, the number of people that need to disappear increases, or the frequency in which groups vanish. I am well aware of how this sounds, and then I thought about it, especially for modern times, specifically mobile phones. Ever wonder why you are asked to turn them off when you are on flights? They say it is so it doesn't mess with the instruments, but if I'm going to design an interconnected system to stay in control of an airborne vehicle that can be measured in the number of elephants, I would make sure that there is no way that the mobile home network, in absolutely no way, interferes with my systems. We have all seen the signal strength indicators on those devices. Why can't we just actively track mobile phones by signal strength? It obviously makes a connection with the tower or network, so it is plausible. All they would need, in theory, is to search for those missing phones along the network and use that to triangulate the location of a majority of them. Sure, water damage could affect it, but they still had a connection before the damage. All it would take is the records of these events to narrow it down. In any case, I know you are here for more than my observations. There is a journal of a dragon discoverer, and the autopsy of said discoverer as well. Case file. Dragon. Number 013. I have been traveling through the jungle for weeks now. I am reasonably certain that I am lost. However, I am not new to these expeditions and pay attention to the surroundings. I have also been here before, so I have that as an advantage. I heard a noise last night. Something is stalking me through this jungle. I'm going to set up my tent and write more once I have a clue of what is going on. Several days have passed, with rough distance traveled in the direction. I had never experienced silence like this. The only sound I can hear is the scratching of pen on paper. I can barely hear myself breathe. When writers describe a sense of dread blanketing the area being described, I now fully appreciate and hate it. I can't focus. I should be 2 days away from the cave system I am looking for, though, when I think about it, I really don't want to go. 2 more days with notes pass. It hasn't killed me, but I don't know how much longer I can keep it entertained. I know the source of dread now, and seeing it, I almost wish for the soul-crushing emotion. Dragons are real. I'm staring at one right now. Dark scales cover this glorious monster, at least 40 feet long. It just lies there, bones all about. When I entered the cave, I didn't even see it until it blocked the passage when I went to leave. When it speaks to me, it is excruciating, not in volume, just the raw power of its voice. He says I am its first visitor in a long while. It spoke to me for hours. I'm not sure. My bones are still aching. For all I know, it could be minutes, but the pain is excruciating. And I have been bitten by a bullet ant. Several sketches of the dragon are seen in the journal. I hear movements from the cave mouth. The dragon is awake and smiling. It is the most horrifying smile I have seen. A large metal cage filled with corpses gets pushed in. The journal ends there. Apparently, the morticians are part of a larger shadow community. It is through another aspect of the community that the journal was passed on. Curiously, it was not destroyed. When I asked the morticians why it wasn't destroyed, they reminded me that it is plausible to follow the man's path. There is an autopsy file of the explorer. Autopsy, male, late 30s. Bone structure is riddled with microfractures. Skeletal structure was compromised. Cause of death was a morphine overdose, administered while explorer was asleep. Apparently, dragons can cause microfractures to normal humans due to the intensity of their power. but the humans with the LRP5 mutation with gain of function are able to resist the damage. However, since the known LRP5 mutations are of interest to the scientific community, the LRP5 ones who are not tracked are encouraged to assist the shadow community. As a side note, an agent who wishes to speak with me has been knocking on my door for the past hour. I will speak with her momentarily. I will update you depending on how the conversation progresses. Apologies for the delayed update, but the conversation with the agent I previously mentioned has consequences that demanded an immediate response. While a certain government has been keeping abreast of my updates, they approached me solely due to my history. Specifically, Case 1. The base where I had last deployed to had been operating smoothly. Too smoothly for anything having to deal with the government or military bureaucracy. They asked, as gently as any secretive government agency concerned about the integrity of a military base on U.S. soil, for me to accompany them on a base visit. We left immediately. The ride to the base was tense, judging by the very slight shifting of the 3 agents I was accompanying. We got to a cheap motel an hour's drive from the base and booked in for the night. While I was handed a uniform to change into, I pondered over some of the cases I had read and not archived yet when an epiphany occurred. What if the morticians and whoever else pondered about the cryptids were wrong about the relationship between the rake, the fleshgate, and the crawler? What if they weren't offshoots, but aggressive scouts? I am unsure for whom they are scouting, but this is just an alternate perspective based on the facts. The rake and the fleshgate are reported to have some influence over the human mind. The rake is more psyops, and the fleshgate is more focused on infiltration tactics. The crawler would be a shock troop, focusing on the aspects of fear when people notice the true inhuman speeds they can actually exhibit. Taking this perspective into a real-world situation, the best way to know how to use your scouts effectively is to test them against people who are less observant, to see who the scouts and their targets will react to. Remember, we are not dealing with humans spying on humans, but monsters spying on humans. Who would believe you if you say that you saw a monster watching you? You would be teased or ignored. Only the people who have also witnessed these monsters would believe you, and as a group, you would be disregarded or mocked. So, looking at the premise of this being regarded as a joke, let's push forward and go for execution. How would these invaders do just that? They could go for a small civilian population. With the inherent capabilities they possess, they could, if they were methodical, take over very swiftly and easily. But all it would tell them is what they would already know. They can cause fear, paranoia, or despondency. But what about military personnel? Not the elite special forces, but the bread and butter of the armed forces. A small base of little consequence in the grand scheme of situations. A good testing ground. A petri dish of sorts. Like the base I was deployed to for my promotion examinations. If this agency wanted to grab me, I doubt I could stop them if they rushed me. Them wanting a dialogue that then progressed to out their current situation could indicate that this totally insane theory had some basis. Looking over the uniform, I remembered that event, and the decisions I made, and something struck me as unusual. There isn't supposed to be a Wendigo that close to the base. It ranged almost 80 miles farther away. Something is up. And I think this situation almost certainly ties in. An hour after I settled down into my room, the primary agent entered my room. The look on his face was an expression of concern. While I pressed for details, she mentioned that her team was acting strangely, like they were waiting for prompts in conversation.
She asked to stay in the same room as she didn't trust the 3 agents in the other room. With my knowledge of the unit I was traveling with, I agreed. I volunteered to sleep on the couch. Naturally, I wasn't stupid to actually fall asleep. I came up with 3 agents, the one in charge and her 2 subordinates. We never met any additional staff. I had a plan and needed to work carefully. Since I was suspecting a mass infiltration of Fleshgate, I focused on the thoughts of returning to the base. And only those thoughts. The night was long, but all 5 of us packed into the SUV and drove the rest of the way to the base. As we were let in, I noticed the guards watched me intensely. Stepping out of the vehicle and walking around, we noticed that all of them were staring at me. Until it was noticed by us. The layout hadn't changed, and I was asked how I wished to proceed. The agent in charge decided to speak with the base commander. I sat in on the meeting. The base commander seemed to be in control, but there were small details that I kept noticing. Odd twitches, overlong glances, shifting uncomfortably. They were small, but I could see them. They offered a tour of the grounds, which was accepted by the agents, but I declined. When asked, I reminded them that I had already attended this base in the past, but would like to visit the spot of my old shame. An escort was offered, and I took the opportunity. During my time at the base, I had paid attention to natural caves or overhangs in the area, should I somehow not make it back in time during an overlong excursion. While I'm not sure how Wendigo and Fleshgates would interact, I had a flash of inspiration. My escort was a 4-man squad who were behaving well, except for the sidelong glances I would catch. As we got closer to the site of the incident, their pacing shifted slightly. They were getting ready to jump me. I tackled the soldier to the side, grabbing his combat knife while we ran. The other 3 opened fire. Fortunately, by the time they started firing and the time I tackled their 4th, was enough for me to get behind a tree. The knife went into the throat of the Fleshgate, stripping his weapons off of his body. I counterattacked and was able to eliminate the 3 remaining Fleshgates. Fleshgates bleed an off-pink color, and the consistency is thicker than blood. I removed from them their weaponry and some MREs, just in case. I looked around, trying to get my bearings, and I headed away from the base. It took me half an hour to find what I suspected. A dead Wendigo. I grabbed some poisonous mushrooms and took them closer to the base. I couldn't fight everyone there with standard weapons. They could scatter too easily. But we all needed to eat, and hopefully they are susceptible to poison. And as you can likely ascertain, they were. I will write up the details of the rest of the encounter, and how the truth was kept hidden from the government, plus the various autopsies that would be conducted. I also met a retired mortician. Sorry for the delay. This has been a difficult case file to finish writing up, mainly due to the repercussions of my actions. Like I previously mentioned, I was suspicious regarding the personnel of the base, and given what I found in the forest, I took precautions. Knowing the poisonous herbs and mushrooms in the area, I took a significant amount. The base personnel amount is wrong. There are likely to be more discrepancies, and I knew that one of those agents is likely to be another Fleshgate. I have the tools to do what is required, but deployment will be difficult. I needed to affect as many people as I can, including the agents. I am the only person I know is not affected. I got little sleep, and not that any reasonable individual would in this situation. Knowing some protocols, I was able to use the natural poisonous substances to infect the food and cooking utensils. Hours later, the infiltrators started to succumb to the poison.
I figured that it would be likely that I would be identified as the culprit. Fortunately, when I was based here, I would plot how I would assault this base. Positions to use for choke points, places to hide myself or supplies. While the army personnel do not carry normally, the agents would be required to arm themselves. The agent who brought me here figured me out. I acted, slamming her against the wall with my hand over her mouth, and fought her for her weapons. 2 discharges went wild during the struggle, and I was able to gather control. 1 to the guy, 1 to the head. Blood poured from the wounds. I grabbed her spare clip and her cell phone. Tossing the cell phone to the side once I left the building, I went on the assault. It took me 2 hours to kill everyone. I received a total of 5 gunshots. Ignoring the pain, I noticed that not all bodies bled red. About 65% of the bodies seemed to slightly deflate upon death, and the liquid that leaked was not red, but a light pink color. It also didn't look like blood. The consistency was slightly thicker, almost like mustard. While I was searching the commander's office, who was a Fleshgate, I created a throwaway email account and emailed a mortician contact. I sent them the direct dial number for the office only. 8 seconds later, the phone rang. I told them about the Fleshgate infiltration into this base. I explained my actions to them, and they advised they would send a retired mortician to attend the site. While they never dealt with autopsies anymore, they stayed within the organization. I waited. Part of me wanted to move the bodies to make corpse retrieval easier, but the practical side of me said that they would likely be upset with me disturbing the evidence. Sitting in the commander's office, the wait was long. I wanted to focus on how to identify Fleshgates, but it would require resources I do not have access to, and I also had no major inclination to look too deeply into it. I appreciated my archivist duties. While being active would be appreciated, I would rather just archive. The retired mortician arrived in a large truck. 3 people piled out in the back. I met them at the gate. As they approached on foot, I pulled out a knife. I explained that some of the corpses were Fleshgates and bled a different color. I cut myself slightly and bled. The others complied with the request and showed the same color. I was mentally projecting an off-green color, but it seems these were humans. I walked the morticians through the assault on the base, and I explained about the cryptid corpse in the woods. The retired mortician thanked me for the detail when I spotted his name tag. I confirmed that this was the mortician that retired after a mush corpse. His face paled significantly at the mere mention of the incident. He politely advised that I do not mention that ever again. Pointedly would be a more apt way to describe it. The bodies were placed into the trunk, and we all piled in. The ride back was quiet. The one thing I did not share was the haunted look. Everyone here had a personal encounter with a cryptid. It took me a while to recover sufficiently from my injuries. While that transpired, the autopsies were conducted. Instead of doing a breakdown of each individual one, I will convey the pertinent details. Humans. Poisoned from the death cab mushrooms. Ingested. Likely cause of death. The ones who survived the initial poison were shot multiple times with a bullet to the head post-mortem. This actually caused some trouble for the attending morticians, as there seems to be discrepancies in the parts of the brain governing memory and perception. The damage makes it hard to verify if all suffered the same level of inflammation, triggering what could be attributed to the false memories. Fleshgates. Humanoid with a similar skeletal structure made of hardened cartilage in an approximate
falcimal of the human skeleton. Upon death, the cartilage softens, given the slightly deflated appearance as noted by the asset who eliminated the nest of infiltrators. The musculature also seems to have a more fluid quality, allowing the flesh gates to alter their forms to better reflect upon the false memories they impart. The brain has extra sections which are theorized to affect others, allowing false memories to allow for easier infiltration. Extra glands are filled with a pheromone which allow for weakening of the immune system, allowing the telepathic manipulations to occur more easily within victims. Wendigo. Cryptid. Elongated humanoid. Deterioration of the vocal cords and the speech part of the brain indicates that the natural vocabulary is greatly diminished. The state of this part of the brain is equivalent to that of a baby learning to speak. Copying sounds heard with no understanding of context. The skin was thickened to deal with the lower temperatures they are readily exposed to, which also helps act as a natural form of body armor. The musculature is approximately 8 times greater than a human's, which also helps with body toughness. Claws are hardened nails to levels thought impossible. The Wendigo was beaten to death, which, given the resilience this particular specimen demonstrated, speaks greatly of the effectiveness of flesh gates. This is the 3rd infiltration attempt in the past 60 years.
There were 4 experiments regarding the Ouija board from what I have seen. 3 of these cases showed no significant supernatural events, other than flickering of an entity. The 4th and final one demanded a cessation of these trials, once they recovered all the parts they could find.
Experiments. Ouija. Number 04. Final.
3 couples had been manipulated into performing on a Ouija board inside an abandoned home that had been fitted with surveillance cameras and microphones. 2 of these couples were not strong believers in the supernatural, not completely close-minded, however. The primary couple were religious, but not aggressively so. They brought a Ouija board from their home and chatted casually while setting up the board and planchette. The secondary and tertiary couples were not thrilled when they saw the board itself, but complied with the urging to partake. Customary opening rituals were performed, with what is believed to be a prayer. The audio did not reflect this. All that could be heard was screaming and begging for mercy for several minutes, while the 3 couples just sat there, praying. As they finished, the screaming stopped, and they asked the opening question. The only camera that didn't immediately turn to static was the one in the living area, where the Ouija board was set up. When I reviewed the tapes for archiving, I determined it to be smoke, not static. Not sure how we got different observations regarding this. As the question stated properly, there would be movement in the static/smoke. Humanoid at times, and not at other times. The noises made from these locations resembled growling. Not bestial, more primal. The only properly functioning camera revealed a 7th entity within that room. A tall humanoid with black skin and warped legs. It wasn't looking at the couples, but directly into the camera. The primary couple were a bit more energetic than the other 2 couples, for indiscernible reasons. The microphone in that area wasn't transmitting the conversation, even though it was working up until the completion of the opening question. The notes from the researcher spearheading this indicated that he could hear the couples talking just fine. They were trying to contact the spirit of a deceased grandmother of the male of the tertiary couple. Names would be given, but the remains were not identified, just matched to what was left. 3 minutes of questions later, the primary male glanced at a mirror and noticed the humanoid staring at them, via the reflection. He went to yell, but was unable to make a sound. The others glanced at him oddly. Then a voice came from the primary male. Impossibly deep, the voice demanded they resume the experiment. This was underlined in the notes as well. When someone would attempt to question, the humanoid would raise a hand and scratch the air, but wounds would appear on the interjector. The voice would demand they resume. The face of the entity would flinch, like something not used to a facial structure would try to emulate a smile they saw someone else do from a great distance. The question became intensely personal, and going by the investigation conducted by the organization, the answers given were false. The questions were for those of a perverted sense of morality. The answers would be dragged out by the planchette, while the other 5 would vainly attempt to remove themselves. The entity's body started to flinch in what would be approximated as laughter. The notes from the experiment stop abruptly during an observation that some aberration was making their way down the hall. It is here, and it is happy. Those are the last lines from the case file. The footage goes black. There would be a 2-day pause. Then the head researcher, who was personally overseeing the experiment, would be located in a remote Danish bed and breakfast, and parts of the 6 volunteers would be discovered in the bed. When the matter was brought to the attention of local police, the organization was able to take control over the case and subsequent investigations. The room was covered in uncoagulated blood and fecal matter. Phrases in a language thought to be Latin were seen, but the translation team were unable to translate. They tried the rest of the global human lexicon with no success. The translation team would complain of seeing a writhing humanoid form haunting them 3 days before they commit impossible suicides. One was found hanging by a spider web. One had shot themselves in the head with no gun, residue, or casing. Just a hole that matched a .38 caliber bullet, with no indication of significant velocity. Just trace amounts of unignited gunpowder. The other swallowed medicinal pills, not available for commercial release for another 3 years, as the chemical formula was still being worked on. 3 left feet, 5 right feet, 2 right hands, 4 left hands, all missing fingers. 4 1/3 of a torso, 3 1/2 pairs of legs, 6 sets of teeth, 4 skulls, all dismembered pre-mortem. The aforementioned body parts were found in the same bed as the head researcher who woke up to the sight and screamed. The DNA was able to match up what was found to the missing couples. Semen was found on various pieces that matched the head researcher. The head researcher states that after everything went black on the screens, the entity abducted him and forced him to endure torture for a period of time that he has no words to describe other than hellish. He stated he could see the couples were suffering lesser forms of torture, but the entities inflicting the pain and agony highlighted that the head researcher was to blame, as he wanted to see if demons and hell were real. Autopsies of the parts recovered show multiple fractures on the skeletal structure and tearing of muscles. Torsos had the traditional Y cuts of an autopsy. However, the scarring indicates that the wounds healed multiple times. The head researcher refused to fall asleep, saying he sees them when he closes his eyes. Whether he is referring to the demons or the people whose torture he caused, he will refuse to clarify. The head researcher also shows the same autopsy scarring. No further research is planned regarding the Ouija board, and I have asked the morticians that if they hear anyone moronic enough to try another experiment, to notify me immediately, so I can kill them. I am sorry for the delays in posting these case files, but it turns out, since my efforts regarding the infiltrated military base, I will be doing some field work with the retired mortician. We are to head to Scandinavia in the next couple of days. The mortician and I have returned from our excursion to Scandinavia. It was enlightening. We flew to Oslo first. The airport was busy, as you could imagine, but the mortician and I were fairly silent during the flight, except answering the questions asked by the air hosts. Our luggage for this leg was fairly light, only a few days of clothing and toiletries. The mortician didn't understand why I didn't want us to take cold weather and hiking gear from the US. I pointed out the climatic and geographical differences for the areas we would be hiking through compared to the majority of the United States. In Norway and other regions of the Scandinavian area, the gear would be better suited for their climates and terrain. So, buying it from there would be a wiser choice. We dropped our luggage off at the hotel and went shopping. We got boots, jackets, a couple of tents, and other hiking utensils. We also got a couple of larger suitcases to help us cart our new gear as we got closer to our next phase of this journey. One long bus trip to a place name we mangled in our pronunciation later. We had been in Norway for a couple of days. During the bus journey, there was an odd sensation. Like I'm walking through a garden and the owners are very keen on my presence. It is a very weighty sensation. We headed to our new hotel for a couple of days, and we looked into the local legends of the small town we are in. Nothing overly promising, but I did voice the experience I had on the journey. We asked around, and got the "look at the funny American tourists" reaction from most of the people in the town. But the mortician and I had instructions to follow. The task of trying to locate any trolls in the Scandinavian area. Given my military background and the funds the mortician was working with, we would be able to navigate the wilderness fairly well. The local populace mentioned some of the more dangerous plants in the area. We packed up and headed off, making sure to tell the local police station that we were planning on a week-long hike. Not much happened on the first day, and it was the second day when we both felt the judgmental gaze upon us. Mid-morning on the third day, we found a large rock covered with moss. I remember the initial research I did on these cryptids, and their believed behavioral patterns. There was what looked to be a part of a wall behind the rocks. Scandinavian trolls were believed to have thrown rocks at churches. I looked around and saw that the hillside area seemed a little odd. I approached carefully. The mortician watched warily.
"Hello, man."
A voice grated. Have you ever bitten a metal fork and you get that awkward sensation of metal on teeth? That's what the voice sounded like, but for the entire skeleton. The mortician approached.
"Truth Seeker,"
the voice stated.
"Why are you two here?"
I could see a set of eyes staring out from the hillside, watching us with a timeless gaze. There was an actual troll. It appears to be sitting down, so I cannot give an accurate observation regarding its size. But from its huddled position, it was at least 4 stories high. We seek to know more about you, the mortician called out. The troll focused his gaze and spoke.
"How many pulp men?"
I know of 3, I answered. The mortician gripped my shoulder with surprising tightness and adds, 12 more, that we know of.
"And those out of time?"
The troll was more insistent on this question. I started to answer, stating that I was unsure of what he meant, when the mortician spoke up. 20. 8 were pulp men. The troll nodded and closed his eyes.
"We resume slumber. Our watch will start soon."
He grated. Day was slipping away, and we would need to camp soon. We set up our camp, and I waited for the mortician to speak. Very rarely one of the corpses we get is for someone not in our time period. Never from the future, always from the past. Sometimes these are also pulp men, as the troll calls them, he explains formally. I shake my head at the thought of the pulp men. Not cryptids in the traditional sense, just people who died repeatedly under so many causes of death, it was literally impossible to determine the cause. The accumulated injuries turned the skeleton, muscle, and organs into pulp. Autopsies are messy affairs. We ate some MREs and extinguished our very small fire. We turned in for the night. Some of it, anyway. Crashing was the only warning we got. Something very big was charging through. Elephant or rhino size. I clambered out of my tent and saw a very tall humanoid running right at me.
Hollow Man,
It declared. The mortician was making his way out of his tent when I ran. Grab your stuff and leave Norway, I shouted as I ran past. The thundering of the being behind me was like the bass of a vehicle cranking to obscene levels. I didn't run out of fear, per se. I just knew that this thing wanted to kill and or eat me. Running lengthened my life expectancy in strides. Running through a Norwegian forest, being chased by something that would dwarf an elephant, knowing it wants to eat you just for existing, is an experience I never wish to repeat. The only slightly saving grace for me, as the odd hour's light seems to have in this part of the northern hemisphere. I could barely make out the roots, thick bushes, and fallen branches. I used prey tactics to survive. I took sharp turns up to 90 degrees. I ran close or through very thick parts of the forest. This forced the thing to slow down a little bit. I made it to a large open area after emerging from the forest. I ran a bit ahead and turned to face this thing. "Why do you seek to kill me?" I yelled. The thing slowed to a stop. It was a tall, bulky-looking human with bulbous facial features, except for the eyes, which were set in quite deep into its face.
Hollow Man will end the world with broken time. Eat Hollow Man, the world will live.
It growled. Would all trolls know this? I asked.
Hollow Man should stop talking.
I spoke with a troll yesterday. He didn't know me. I might not be the Hollow Man that will break time. I write about strange things in the world.
Gods and followers?
It asked, stuttering slightly. No. Dogmen, skinwalkers, wendigo, pulpmen, demons. The things that live in this world that the world try to ignore or hide from. Time is not my concern. Strange creatures are, I stated.
Dogmen, not natural. Troll talk,
It said, turning back the way we came.
I talk troll. Hollow Man can leave. But if I see you again, I eat you.
It says, as it straightens itself up and walks the way we ran from. I watch it walk away before walking away myself. As I did, I pondered what I knew about these cryptids, trolls and ogres. I am of the view that the being that chased me was a Norwegian troll, known for consuming the flesh of those of the Christian faith. I consider these to be ogres. Powerful creatures, but not overly bright. They grow or consume enough to grow into trolls. Trolls have a greater purpose in the view of our world. I just have no idea what it could be. While there are some known cryptids in the water, either in the depths of the ocean or the relative shallows of inland lakes and rivers. They're more likely to submerge, rather than cause acts of violence that would bring the attention of the morticians to their activities. But there is a cryptid that is closely tied to the waters. There have been sightings of these creatures, though not as many as the large case files I have to document. Referred to as the Montauk Monster, and reported as a hairless sloth. It turns out that there is more to these creatures that the mainstream media do not wish to report. While I may find it unusual, those with an emotional rage greater than Edward Cullen in those movies may find it very disconcerting.
Case file. Cryptid. Aquatic. Montauk, number 0386.
The location of this body is near the city of Seattle, Washington, in the United States. The body was recovered at 0310 on April 10th, 1970. The body was washed ashore and spotted by a passerby. The desk sergeant who got the call was an informant for the morticians, who, after hearing about another Montauk, notified them immediately. The body was examined, and the results were noted down. Autopsy. The cause of death was suffocation. The biology, as noted in the other Montauk autopsies, notes that the creature was adept to aquatic life, as evidenced by the gills on the side of the neck and beneath the armpits. The skin is soft, and the evidence of scale molting is detectable around the hands and feet. The brain is shown to have regressed from the original human body. The skeletal structure is a misnomer, as the skeleton is more elongated cartilage, and the musculature of the spine has been redesigned to allow a hands-free swimming form of locomotion. Speculation on the Montauks. As this is all theoretical and conjecture, there has been no case of a living Montauk being captured to prove or deny these theories. It is believed that very, very rare individuals who have been involved in a crash involving vehicles and deep waters, that they go to an emergency evolution/de-evolution. These highly unique individuals are theoretical, as the DNA of the Montauks and regular humans is different in some key areas. However, DNA tracing shows similarities to certain bloodlines around the world. However, the rest is mixed with fish DNA, which takes into account the gills and scales. Why Montauks beach themselves like whales is a mystery, though it is believed that a dormant part of the mind that has access to memories of being on land, they try to replicate that and suffocate. Though the groupings of these creatures have been brought to repeat action. Panama, Japan, Australia, theoretically, and the coastlines of the US seem to be the major points of these creatures, but the reasons are not readily apparent. Given the history of these creatures, it is unlikely they are in any way related to the military Dogman experiments. The forced combination of fish and human DNA would not be readily viable. Dolphin would theoretically be better, but we are not here to correct the scientific experiments of those with no moral compass, just to document the strange creatures of this world, and any corpses that either make or leave behind. As I read over the case files of these Montauk creatures, I am surprised at the lack of theory regarding the mythical city of Atlantis as a viable possibility, but there might be something in these case files regarding this. The retired mortician has popped in to see me a few times since we made it back from our encounter with the troll and ogre. He has never autopsied a Montauk, observing that if he had, then maybe the mush corpse wouldn't have affected him so badly. His skin pales again at the thought of his last autopsy he performed, but he doesn't vomit, which is progress. I'm curious about these Montauk creatures. If the theory is true that there are truly rare humans who can do a rapid form of evolution, I ponder whether it is a step forwards or backwards for evolution in human beings. The former mortician has asked if I would be willing to accompany him on further excursions, or even actual cryptid hunts, for the more dangerous ones out there. I stated in explicit terms that I would not hunt a skinwalker without significant firepower or greater knowledge of them. That was when the mortician showed me files I had pushed aside in favor of more intriguing cryptids. He noted that all other cryptids seemed to abandon areas where mush corpses were recovered for months. As I have repeated these mush corpses in the past, I will give a very brief overview. Mush corpses are humans who have, thanks to modern technology and the ability to record audio, have apparently been subjected to hundreds of deaths in a perverse Groundhog Day loop. And then after whatever causes them to suffer deaths that are literally impossible, the body would be found in a public area to be recovered. However, the overwhelming trauma has reduced everything that is not the skin into mush. This isn't visually detectable. Other tactile inspections reveal the horrifying discovery. It is of little wonder why these discoveries force morticians to quit, and apparently swear off soft foods altogether. Even the ambulance drivers who have to transport the body quit immediately after delivering of the body. At first it was assumed that the deaths were caused by some unknown organism. However, due to the aforementioned commercial flooding of portable recording technology, you can listen to every single death the victim has endured. They seem to be unaware of their fates unless they can see the cause. The one thing that really makes these bodies so upsetting is that the skin is completely unharmed. Apparently, cleaning up after yet another attempted autopsy on these bodies is almost as bad as the autopsy attempt itself. While I was pursuing the case files in regards to coastline accounts to get more information on the water-based cryptids, I found an unsettling account that, while not at all related, makes me, of all people, feel uncomfortable. This town was not based on the coastline, but it was within 50 miles. The original population was 263 before the event. The name has been scrubbed thoroughly from any historical records that I have access to, which, given the Mortician Network and their affiliates' networks, I can't find it anywhere. While the Morticians mainly deal with corpses of or made by cryptids, this was an isolated incident, until I found 6 other towns who also suffered the same disconcerting fates. No known pattern, country, or any motive could be discerned.
Case file. Incident Candyland. Town 01.
In the year 1873, there was a town whose name is no longer recorded, who went silent. The neighboring communities investigated this unusual activity and at first found nobody walking around the town. A deputy who had made the trip decided to investigate further. He entered a small saloon. He submitted his investigation in the report below. I came to... After Mr. Sampson reported that the farmers hadn't set their shipment of oats. The sheriff sent me to investigate. Traveling wasn't too bad, as it was a place I had been to from time to time. But as I drew closer, my stomach started to churn uncomfortably. Pressing on, as I trotted into the main town hall area, I felt something very bad had happened. I had seen no children, no farmers, nobody. It was a ghost town. A ghost town won't haunt me like what I saw in the saloon. Entering the saloon, I saw 3 people sitting around a table in the middle of a game of cards, and the barkeep was behind the bar. But the first thing that tipped me off was the air smelled sickly sweet.
none of them were moving. I walked towards the card players, but they never reacted to me. I called out to them, but they were like dummies. The sweet smell got stronger. I grabbed the shoulder of one of the men, and it felt wrong. The arm didn't feel right. I backed off and swore. I looked closer, and the skin looked wrong. My guts were telling me to run, but I didn't want to think what the sheriff would call me. I headed to the barkeep, and he just stood there. He never moved. That smell came again. Not as strong as the others, but it was still there. When I looked at the barkeep, I saw something very wrong. His eyes were gone. No blood. It looked like hard candy. I ran. I forgot my horse until I made it to the sheriff's office back home. The sheriff and the doctor arrived to investigate, and they found that all 263 inhabitants had undergone the same effect. The sheriff left the doctor to work. He autopsied all of the people. Given the near identical results, only differing in volume due to body size, the components of what the bodies were turned into will be listed below. The skin is tougher, similar to leather. There had been no damage to the skin, other than the fact that it had been treated to make it tougher. The fatty tissue underneath is cooking fat that was cold and slightly solid. Muscle tissue has become candy floss. Cartilage is replaced with taffy, and the bones are dried sugar, compacted into the skeletal form. The lungs also appeared to be a form of taffy as well. The organs below, where the diaphragm would be, is a meaty stew. The brain is caramelized popcorn. Over 250 people, all ages, affected, and nobody can figure out why. The doctor, after conducting the autopsies, quit, and, according to reports, left town whenever a traveling carnival arrived. Apart from the fact that the bodies were still recognizably human, given the transformed composition, there were no ambient sounds other than the wind. There were no flies, crickets, bees, wasps, or any other loud insect. No birds sang, no dogs or cats. Just silence. The animals that were on the farms were missing. This was deeply unsettling to read, but while this village was in the United States, there have been 3 small townships in the Europe area, one in Great Britain, one in Germany, and the other in Romania. Russia even admitted that it happened to one of their townships, but that is all they will officially say regarding this event. The 6th was actually in China, but again, the reports are as detailed as an opposition ballot to Vladimir Putin. While there are other traveling carnivals or circuses who have unusual effects, this one, as far as I have read, is the most disturbing. Having tracked the majority of the carnivals at the time via very old newspaper clippings and journal entries that could be retrieved, it is literally impossible for this carnival to exist. Except, it has struck 6 times that we know of, and this is all we know. The last report was a little over 40 years ago, and as much as the technology boom has dampened people's interest in going to the circus or a carnival, but some older traditions are showing a resurgence. God forbid this happens again, especially to a larger population center. The morticians seem to find this event reoccurring unlikely, and I do suspect they may be right. I just wish I had more time to read over the military experiment files regarding the dogmen. That might make for easier reading, and there are so many other files for me to comb through. Maybe I'll read about a ghoul or something. Something to ease my mind would be highly appreciated.
Fortunately, for the person who named this incident, they were already dead. If they weren't, they would be very shortly. In truth, while I've heard of the Jersey Devil as an urban legend, I never figured it to be much more than a flicker out of the corner of someone's eye, or a branch snapping in the woods. While I was always aware that this job would show me things I would not be ready to comprehend, I always thought that the presence of trolls and ogres would be most extreme. Then I started looking into the Jersey Devil. For those who have either started reading these case files now, or have asked for this particular cryptid to be archived, I will go over a brief rundown of this particular cryptid. The Jersey Devil is typically noted to be seen around southern New Jersey, hence the name. It is a small creature about 3 or 4 feet tall, goat-shaped head, hooves, and small forearms and leathery wings. One of the most reported features is its inhuman shrieking noise. It is also reported to be very fast. While there have been no confirmed deaths caused by this cryptid, observations by agents of the Morticians noted that the area that is said to be the domain of this cryptid is given a very wide berth by other cryptids. I do not blame them. I would rather get into a fight with an ogre than encounter this thing again. There were reports of animal corpses that suffered wounds not usually associated with any fatal injuries. Since there was no verified witnesses of this attack, it was assumed to be inflicted by a naturally occurring creature. Having seen monsters that could and would kill me should they choose to, this seemed a harmless investigation to go through. I packed for a night hike, as I wasn't planning on staying in its territory too long. The drive to the area was long. On arrival, I checked in at my motel and started on my hike. I had several days' worth of food and had some research on local non-poisonous and non-toxic flora in the area. It was careful work getting to the beaten track, and I found a meager area to set up as a camp. As I set my pack down, I felt a presence. It was enormous, like an extra weight trying to smother me. Whatever is capable of exuding this level of intensity was not a weak creature. Spinning around, I saw it, standing in the open and grinning at me. 3.5 feet tall, light brown fur. It held its belly and laughed. Well, that was the sensation it seems to be emulating, but the sheer volume was like Barry White chuckling like Santa Claus, and it had a level of menace that not even the ogre exhibited. It raced past me and was gone by the time I turned around. I stood there, shaking. It wasn't adrenaline, exactly. It was fear. It is very rare for sociopaths to actually experience a strong enough emotion to generate an honest response. Fear was a common aspect when one did a combat tour, but that was muted. But compared to the sheer dread I felt when this cryptid laughed at me, it was like comparing the alcohol content of a light beer and absinthe. Soon, the fear subdued, and I felt the obligation to stay out for one night. It was fast, and it had a laugh that I will always dread hearing again. But there wasn't much else I knew about it. I set up my tent, prepped a campfire, and waited for a while. As I watched, it appeared in my little camp area, its menacing grin still on its face. Then I felt the pressure. I have rarely had the displeasure of enduring a migraine, but this pressure within my skull was brutal. It just stared into me. Its focus was on my mind, and I could actually feel images form in my mind. It was disjointed, like a cutscene in a horror video game trying to be scary. Flashes of images, strobe-like effects of the images, and screaming. It took me quite a while, but I realized it was telling me something about what it actually is. The first image was to think of a bar log, except double its height, remove the fire from it, and the wings are made of demon flesh, perpetually dripping blood. The arms look spikier, At seemingly random points along its arms are shards of bone that jut out. Its smile in this form is the most predatory, bloodlustful smile possible across the known cryptids. Then I saw a Bible, and the image shatters into dozens of pieces. Then in each shard, the Bible is positioned to be in the center of each one by reflection. The two images flickered back and forth, but I thought I got the meaning. Because of the fragmented religious form on that holy book, the Jersey Devil cannot assume its proper form. The thing nodded. The migraine eased up considerably. Then more images appeared. This time it is of the Jersey Devil, as it is described by others, but its shadow is that of its proper form. It walked through a firefight, bullets not affecting it. Rockets, machine guns, tank shells, throwing daggers, swords, axes, nothing affected it. As I considered a church, it laughed again, and I saw it standing behind a pulpit, apparently giving a sermon. It would grab the bowl of holy water and splash itself in the face while smiling. When I thought of the word angel, the shattered Bible image appeared, and I immediately got the meaning. Fragmented religion, diminished beings of power. The migraine was almost gone, but it felt like there was a blur wedged into my skull. The mini-devil walked off and returned, dragging a large buck behind it with an almost contemptuous ease. It dropped it at my feet and pointed at it and me, twice. This was easy to figure out, so I started to prepare some meat. By the time I had finished, it returned, dragging a dead Wendigo. It was one of the most tense meals I've ever been in. I cooked my venison. It ate the Wendigo meat raw and stared at me the entire time. I glanced at the face of its meal, and I am certain it looked horrified right before it died. After I had my fill, it pointed at me and then the direction of the motel. I started to pack up, and it growled. You know how people with the bass in their cars can make long hair go nuts, or make people throw up due to the intensity of the vibration? This was like the exact opposite of that. It was like my bones tried to push my muscles away with spikes for a second. I started to leave and glanced back. I saw its last image. At first, it was someone cooking meats over a fire, but instead of me cooking the venison, it was cooking me. I ran out of the woods and sat in my room for the additional 2 nights. The only thing of observable note is that other devil hunters heard a yipping in the woods. I heard that laughter. One of the few people who I actually got along with died a mysterious death. The death occurred about 7 years ago, and the one thing that seemed out of the ordinary was that her movements around any form or drainage with her house that I was able to observe seemed like there was a very slight outside influence. It would be like there was an invisible bubble that brushed her hands to the side. As unusual as it was, it never really stood out to me, until I read her death report. As it turned out, she was the 37th victim of a series of deaths caused by an unknown being. Case file. Drained. Civilian. Number 035. Deceased woman, identified as Jennifer Mills, was found inside her apartment. Due to lack of attendance at her job as a sales representative for a large hardware company. 4 days without communication and calls from family and work colleagues, the police gained entry with access granted by the building supervisor. The skin was found on the bathroom floor. The supervisor was horrified by the remains of her body. During the investigation, a small journal was found, documenting the last 5 weeks of her life, which was the same time as when she moved in. References to a therapist allowed the police to find out more about the deceased. Interviews with the therapist indicate that the victim was a victim of a subset of trypophobia. Instead of irregular holes, it was drainage pipes, specifically regarding house plumbing,
She could feel something was trying to reach her through the plumbing. She would have nightmares about the pipes acting like a snake, slithering across her bedroom floor, but when she woke up, nothing would be different. After 8 months of conversation regarding this, in which she is adamant that she sees a singular eye looking up at her through the drainage cover, oddly, the shower wasn't a problem for her. The doctor recommended that the deceased use a journal to document her feelings, and they would go over it at their weekly sessions together. One thing that was noted was that the fear was only when the deceased was conscious of her proximity to a drain in her home. Since this was a problem that had occurred at her old residence, a move was suggested, in case it was an odd sensation of domicile dissonance. After the move, the sensation seemed to escalate in intensity. For reasons currently unknown, the deceased was not afraid of approaching these drainage areas and would be functional until they see the drain. Then the fear kicks in. It is highly unusual among phobia sufferers. The doctor paled at hearing the description of the state of her body. She mentioned she knew of one other therapist who had a near-identical patient in terms of specific phobia subset and state of body after recovery by police. Details were exchanged, and the police resumed their investigation. The initial paperwork triggered automated spy bots within various networks, caught the expression, hollowed out. The morticians took custody over the investigation. The morticians were able to uncover details that they didn't want the police to disseminate. Every case so far, the skin of the person was found within arm's reach of a drain, normally near the bathroom sink. A singular circular wound, similar to the holes in the drain on a finger, is the only visible indicator of what has happened. No signs of skeletal, nerves, pulmonary, or circulatory systems could be located. Fatty tissue is also missing as well as the musculature. The obvious action is to check the plumbing. The drain cover is there, but there are no pipes at all. Kitchen, laundry, toilets, and bathroom. All of the plumbing would be gone. Upon further inquiry, the owner of the building or water board company would note that the water for the location has been turned off, and that there is no account that was open for the name of the deceased. The drain cover had no organic matter to indicate the presence of the body matter. Pets would never be affected, and they would sit by the main entry points and would repeatedly vocalize their discomfort until their death or rescue. Journal entry. It can see me. It knows me. Why can't it stop watching me when I am in the bathroom? I can almost see it, but part of me is so terrified of the drain. It isn't until I see it, my brain screams at me to run and to not look back. When I glance away, the fear is gone, like a switch being turned off. At least the dreams have stopped. I just want to know why I keep looking towards the bathroom, and if I was waiting for someone I hadn't seen in a long time to appear there out of nowhere. I hate this. Case file finished. There is little information that the morticians have, but all the case files read almost identically. Very few details change. The location of where the body is found, the location of the primary fear source, is always where the deceased's skin would end up. The complete lack of drain piping, lack of water usage for the location, the earliest recorded instance was 22 years ago, with all of the noted cases occurring within the United States. The assorted victims seemed to be at random. No connections could be found even with new data located upon additional victims. This would be cause for concern, but given the hundreds of case files I am still going through, indicates that there are likely to be other events as well. I had a visitor the other day. When I was taking the initial plunge past the dark web and going into the depths of the deep web, I observed an administrator for a red room who was intrigued by my fleeting visit to his site. He and some friends located me by tracking the unique data signature of the custom program I was using. They bragged about killing my friend who gave me the program. It was interesting seeing them try to intimidate me. Their smiles hidden behind masks showed me that they still suffered from an emotional range.
The fight was swift, and the muscle brought along were dead at my feet. The brain was incapacitated and secured in the chair I was in previously. We had a conversation about his desire to kill me and the lengths he took. He was defiant to the end. Not that it mattered. He mentioned that he told other admins that he was tracking the one that got away, but gave no further details. I opened his veins and watched off-screen as he slowly bled to death. He wanted a show for his Red Room, a reminder of how he was a god with the power to judge the unworthy, and he had the power to decide when a life would end. He, apparently, was wrong. I smashed the camera after he died. I contacted the morticians, and they took care of the fools. There was an encounter I had not so long after getting rid of the lurkers of the dark web and his cohorts. However, it took me several days to fully comprehend the event, and to stop screaming at night. It was about 3 days after the cleanup was finished, and when there were no missing person flags matching the descriptions of the deceased, I was asked to look into a hypothetical cryptid. It didn't sound as much a request, but payment for services rendered. When I asked for any information regarding this hypothesis, the only thing known was the name: Leviathan. The resources of the Mortician Network apparently does have some limits. While they didn't have a submersible on hand, they were owed favors by people of influence. Not exact resources, but close enough for most to consider them as such. However, this favor the Morticians would be calling on was the investigation of this cryptid. A retired naval officer from a country I have been asked to not identify has reported an awareness of a monster that dwelled below the waves. Official naval protocol worldwide was to squash any reports of information regarding this cryptid, but the officer suffered from what he dubbed narcophobia. He couldn't sleep as a conscious act because he would see it again. Given the sleeping pattern he endures, the credibility of any reliable information is of the most suspect quality, but subsequent investigations found that there were others who also suffered from narcophobia, who also were in their naval equivalents, and all were part of a submarine crew. This particular eccentric witness managed to retain coherency and had become obsessed with identifying this creature. Using his knowledge and engineering skills, he crafted a small submersible that barely registered on sonar, but he needed a witness who was fresh to identify his visions. I was elected to be the witness to a madman's quest for answers. So I met the man who looked to be redefining the expression sleep-deprived, and he led me to his submersible. As I was not involved with submarines or anything nautical while in the army, I couldn't give a good approximation on the size of the vehicle. He showed me how it works in ramblings I had to endure multiple times to comprehend. Checklists were followed, food and water rations were verified, the fuel reservations were confirmed to be accurate, and we dove underwater. It took us 2 days to get to the area. I heard the same tale told over and over again for the first 14 hours. Human corpses found with giant bite marks, and no matchable mouth castings to identify the creature. Shutting the man up permanently was something I considered frequently, until he turns to me with a big smile, and his declaration of how he was going to bed now, and promptly fell asleep. Our location was under the giant plastic island in the Pacific Ocean. I can't relay the latitude and longitude because I could never figure out how the thing was calculated. And for another reason you will discover shortly. I napped as well for a few hours. Upon waking up, I went to the cockpit and looked around. The retired naval officer was looking down with a grimace. One of the spotlights was locked onto a patch of coral. "Can you see it?" he asked softly. I looked at the location bathed in light for a couple of moments. Then I realized there was something hiding on top of it. Have you ever seen those photos of the man who hides in plain sight by painting himself to look like the background? This is what it was like the camouflage capabilities of the chameleon or some other creatures in the animal kingdom. It was huge, at least 80 feet in length. I had no idea how quick until a large shark got a little too close. Within a blink, and I am being literal, it went from hiding to devouring the shark like the creature Gollum with a live fish in the Lord of the Rings movies. Except Gollum wasn't a dark brown color with 3 arms, one reaching over from behind, and the growl this thing emanated while eating shook the submersible. It was happy with the snack. The arm looked like it had been broken and allowed to fix suboptimally, causing bone warping. It had 4 legs, and they moved like a spider with half its legs, but better balance.
"That's it. Leviathan,"
he whispered happily. Then I looked up, and wished I had met a fully formed Jersey Devil. The recollections were after the fact, but one of the first things I knew was that I was screaming for almost 20 minutes, without pausing for breath. I had no idea until I was being shaken back to reality. I noticed my throat and face were sore. Apparently I had been screaming. He had tried slapping me in the face a few times to get me to stop, but to no avail. While he asked what was wrong, I just pointed to the apparition above us. It was gargantuan. It was like a mass of flesh from which tendrils dropped and spread out. At the edge were things. Monsters that defied all natural logic, but they kept shifting their forms, like the mass to which they were connected.
"What are you looking at?"
Words that seemed to resonate within me. I turned to face the man, but that was when I noticed that there was a face in front of the submersible. The flesh seemed to crawl, and the eyes didn't seem empty, just hungry. My mind started to scream, and I just stood there, frozen. From the files I had read, and things I had seen, there is an acceptance of fate. People who seem to know when it is their time. This thing triggered an oxymoronic sense within me. This thing was not from this world, but it belongs here. What felt like an ice pick getting slammed into my brain caused a blindingly painful migraine. When I went to move any part of my face, another ice pick of pain was slammed into me. The only thing I could move without an almost debilitating level of agony was my eyes. I was forced to stare into this creature's face, which seems to be made of creatures that should never exist in our world.
"What are you looking at?"
The voice asked again, and I just stared at the thing's face as it seemed to implode and withdraw back to the rest of its mass, hidden beneath the plastic convergence in the Pacific.
"I think we should leave,"
came a voice that was actually familiar. The last thing I remember was trying to figure out what that thing sounded like, and me convulsing. I had always thought being soulless would be the greatest protection against cryptids. The Leviathan showed me that there was far more to this world than I dared to dream. I think I know why most cryptids that have to do with the ocean are quasi-humanoid. They cannot fully comprehend the thing which apparently triggered a grand mal seizure within me. I was in observation for 6 days, mainly due to the night terrors. It stared at me when I closed my eyes, and the concerning thing is, it is getting closer whenever I sleep. It turns out that the morticians have been neglecting a section of their case files from subcategory until I was summoned by an incident scene. In a large field, there was one of those dopey crop circles, but the actual scene was on the edge of a neighboring forest area. I saw a young female dead, and scorched by a weapon or energy that I couldn't readily identify. And I saw an 8-foot-tall, black-skinned humanoid, with a head that was larger than a normal person. Given the color of the skin and the dwindling ambient light, it was not readily apparent why this entity was there as well. Only complete lack of movement indicated that it was dead also. When it rolled over, I saw that the nose was almost non-existent, and the teeth looked more like fangs. The eye sockets appeared to be a bit larger than the victim's. Looking at this new corpse, I turned to the attending active mortician. She looked at me and sighed deeply. She pulled out a large folder. Using the light from my cell phone, I saw the case file name. Alien event. Number 0001. Civilian. I looked at the mortician, and before I could ask the obvious question, she told me the worrying answer. The file in my hands was quite thick, thicker than the others I had looked at in the past when I got my hands on the physical file. I offered to help the mortician with this incident, then I would document both. She acquiesced, and she gave me the instructions, UV lamps, and 2 gurneys. I grabbed the light stands and carried them out, positioning them in the places indicated. When they were turned on, the alien corpse glowed softly, and the injuries inflicted upon the human corpse glowed as well. Map out the crop circle, came an instruction I was not expecting. I will need exact measurements of any circles. The area would be good too. Also, total length of the whole thing as well. I paused for a moment and nodded. I had always figured out that the crop circles were bored teenagers or farmers, which, when you think about it, makes absolutely no sense. Not that they can't be man-made, but the reason for it. What would increased visitors to a farm do in terms of sale or production? I found a headlamp and a measuring tape with a spike on the end, as well as a notebook. I set about my task. It was simple, but several times I stopped. I was being watched. Something was observing me with an intent I could not identify. Looking around, I saw nothing the first 3 times, but while measuring the largest circle, I both heard and saw it. Another 8-foot, black-skinned humanoid was standing in the cornfield with me. It had partially stepped out of the corn and was partially inside the circle. Its slightly bulbous eyes had no discernible pupil. Its chest moved deeply with its breathing. We stared at each other for about 40 seconds, then it walked away. I resumed my measurements, noting them all down. 8 circles in total. 3 were quite large. While I reported the measurements to the mortician, she nodded along as I read it out loud. But she froze after I finished. I immediately looked to see if the other one was back, but there was no sight of it. When I inquired as to her freezing, she explained that there is an arrangement between their organization and the Black Ones. She then immediately refused to elaborate further. We loaded the bodies in and drove to a compound. I mentioned that I saw one of the Black Ones while measuring. Her glance seemed to be concerned. Then I had a flash of insight. You autopsied their experiments, and that was all you ever did. But with the corpse of one of them along with the experiments indicates that there is greater trouble than we're aware of, right? Things have changed, and you're unsure of how. I trailed off. How quickly can you conduct an autopsy on the Black One? I asked, my gaze peering into the side and rear-view mirror. A couple of hours. Know anything about them biologically? Weakness, capabilities, things that might be useful, just in case? Only what is reported in the first case. It is a long read. So, after I wheeled the bodies to the mortuary, I read the case file. Case file. Serial killer. Eyeless. Related topics. Black. Xenos. It is not often that we directly interfere with the lives of the regular. What is not known
is that before Jack the Ripper, there was another active serial killer. However, we made sure nobody knew about him. Eyeless, as he would refer to himself, was the only known surviving member of the Xeno experiments. However, since they failed to deliver his corpse, he went completely insane and started to kill people at random. The first victim was a 28-year-old dock worker, Jeremiah Langston. Little was recorded about the abduction of Jeremiah, but the only indication of anything unusual was a deranged scream about how he must be made to see. Jeremiah's body was found with an extra set of eyes inserted into wounds on his corpse. The one thing that would normally set the rumor mill ablaze was the fact that the eyes were still functional. The only other oddity, which was significantly more mundane, was that the skin was rubbed with charcoal, making it completely black. One of the attending policemen was a mortician who paled at the sight, because he didn't see the corpse as human, but as a black Xeno. He offered to escort the corpse to the morgue. Fortunately, the mortician on duty was also one of the morticians as well. They realized the problem, and they needed to do something obscene to divert any mounting public perception of the events. They knew that a killer who was putting eyes onto corpses was unlikely to stop at one, but they couldn't allow this to continue. So, the mortician who found the corpse elected to do a twofold operation. Search for the killer they sought was the obvious one, but they had to divert attention away from this as well. Many are familiar with the Jack the Ripper case. Some of you reading this may also be Ripperologists, so instead of rehashing the case, I will point out that the actual murderer was a mortician who used his police officer's skills to create the sensational kills, and to get any information about the killer he truly sought. 3 weeks. That is how long it took to find the killer the morticians sought. Did it never strike you as strange as to why the murder of prostitutes made the headlines in Victorian London? However, the killer himself was unusual. His skin was artificially black, like his victims', but he lacked the extraneous eyes his victims had. He had the right holes for the extras, but they were empty. He turns to the mortician, and he froze. They conversed for a few hours. It turns out that the Black Xenos will take a human test subject and try to figure out how to get past the death problem. The Xenos would inflict countless experiments on the subject and record everything to do with the many limitations of the human body. But this man was another experiment. He was given a serum that modified his body chemistry to a point that the modern term for it is zombie. His brain function has severely limited, but judging by the bruises still evident on his skin, he had been struck by lightning, and it seems to have awakened the higher functions that had been deactivated. The zombie remembered every hellish experiment he was subjected to, and then after they neutered most of the higher functionality, was sent back to Earth. It is hypothesized that a lightning strike triggered a chemical reaction that allowed the brain to recover memories of the experiments that the zombie went through. 5 people were killed by this zombie. 5 bodies with eyes that were not connected to any ocular nerves, but still able to move. The zombie explained how he suffered repeated traumas to understand the limits of the human physiology. He was then healed afterwards, and his memories were wiped. Then the process would repeat. After the lightning strike, he would have flashes of memory, involving tall black humanoids with large eyes watching him as he would suffer significant biological trauma. This caused him to freak out and start finding his tormentors, and, in the zombie's words, make them see. After reading the case file, I looked over at the mortician. "So, you know where the mush corpses come from then?" I asked as I walked over to her. She shot me a questioning look. Repeated significant biological trauma like injuring someone over and over again, or killing them over and over again. I glared at her before I continued. Did you ever wonder what their true intentions were? Just because they say one thing doesn't mean they don't mean something else. For all we know, they treat their guinea pigs as science shows like they did when they performed surgeries for the rich and elite, or they use them as props in a science fair, or they're trying to figure out the most effective ways to kill us, when there are plenty of things that can easily kill us on this planet already, before we can venture into cryptid territory. I ended with a snarl. Or they are trying to remove death from us. Slaves that are weak, as humans are, would be a huge waste of time, unless they couldn't stay dead. Maybe their intentions are honest. If so, why the mush corpses? Someone is trying to send us a message, and you people are too thick to even notice that this is what's going on. It could be a test. I've noticed movement outside of my domicile lately. Normally, I would have explained it as kids trying to mess with me, or gang members trying to prove how tough they are. But given the revelations I experienced recently, my opinion is slightly more extraterrestrial. Given the apparent lack of information I was given, I spoke with the mortician who worked the more recent alien events. I asked where this organization came from. She looked at me and explained that the organization has been around for centuries, but the more formal aspects of working together across the globe came from what is referred to as the event. As soon as she spoke, she froze like a statue. I looked around, thinking that aliens had infiltrated this place, but saw nothing. Turning back, she mumbled that she could not discuss this matter further, then left abruptly. I stayed at the meeting point for a while, rereading the original study of the Dogman experiments. This will be a separate case file upload. I would have done it sooner, but I found out about the event. Eventually, I left the meeting point, and as I drove towards my home, my mind was wandering. If the interloper was not a black regalian, I tried to deduce what it could be. Skinwalker was not likely. The vocal mimicry they possess would have been audibly evident by now. Wendigos don't seem to like me. The Jersey Devil, I hope not, but the size sounds to be bigger and slower. Dogman was a possibility, but seems unlikely. Normally, dogs raise their heckles at me, so a dogman would likely attack. The rake hasn't crossed the threshold, so its modus operandi doesn't match. A friend of the Red Room admin I spoke with. That was a slight possibility. He was vocal that I wouldn't get away with this. So far, he was proven wrong. No investigation, no police, so far anyway. People don't scare me, especially after my personal encounters with cryptids. My phone rang, jolting me out of my meditative contemplation. It was the ex-mortician. He sounded worried. He gave me a rendezvous point and a deadline. I pulled away, and as I left, I saw a crawler emerge from the thigh-high grass right next to my vehicle. 2 hours later, I was at one of the many roadside diners in the continental United States. Weapon and permits were double-checked before I entered. He sat at a booth, his eyes gazing out into a point in the middle distance. He shook his head to bring himself back as I slid in.
"You wish to know more about us?"
he asked. "I've been working with you for a while now, and it seems there have been some important details you've missed out. I think it's time I find out the truth of your organization. Would you care to elaborate?" The diner hostess approached and poured a coffee for us. We nodded in gratitude, and when I met her eyes, I saw that haunted look.
"Skinwalker. Used to fish for customers every few months. After the 8th victim, we got a hunting party together. They got the cryptid."
The former mortician explained plainly. Answers that question, then. What is the event? The flinch was worrying, but I held my ground.
Having traveled with this man and the cryptids we have seen, him reacting to anything other than the memory of his last autopsy for such a pronounced reaction, it is concerning. You know those creepypastas about Disneyland and missing kids? He said, with a world-weary sigh. 3 centuries before Disneyland, we found items that could not be easily identified. There were no corpses, no signs of foul play, but the objects were strange. It wasn't until recently that we realized what the items were, he said, more to the table than to myself. Lanyards, with the names, ages, and addresses of children, as well as a date. But the dates were all after 1958. They are the children that have been or will be going missing from any Disney World or Disneyland amusement park. Every child. He looks at me, with a tear running down his face. The dates when they go missing. The date what's left of them are found. Once we saw the logo for the Walt Disney Company, we knew something was going to happen. Some of our number got hired by the company. They were tireless in their investigation, but it wasn't until 3 years after the first was built that the first body was found, or what was left of her. Bite marks going through her body, but upon closer inspection, there was no splintering or damage to the bones that were chomped through. The cast made of the bites was impossible. Fangs and human teeth all intermingled in the bite. It is also unfathomably large, from what we can calculate. Apart from the fact that large pieces of her are missing, there is no evidence of a bite other than the imprint. The ribs we could get were pristine, other than the fact that the rib cage and most of her spine is missing. No splintering or damage, no evidence of surgery. It is impossible, and you know what we have seen on our jobs. Naturally, the company was able to keep the families of those missing quiet. The methods of morticians are forbidden from discussing. We get the right to examine the remains, but all results have been identical. No extraneous damage, no post-mortem bruising, just dead children and too many questions. Though we do have a hypothesis, or rather, it is more of a philosophical musing. Ever notice how comedians seem to suffer from depression? It is like they carry such a darkness within themselves that they try to bring joy and laughter to others. If this truly is the case, what darkness lurks within the amusement parks run by Walt Disney? We sip our coffee as we ponder a question that seems too impossible to be real. I would love to immediately refute these claims, but with the cryptids I have personally encountered and the cases I have read, I honestly cannot.
Wanna party, handsome?
A voice slurs out the front of the diner. I sit up and look around. There are 4 people that should be here. Myself, the former mortician, the hostess, and the cook. No extra vehicles were here on arrival. No other patrons were here. So who the hell is trying to proposition us?
Wanna party, handsome?
The voice repeats, precisely. A shriek forces me into action. The hostess drops the glass pot of coffee and shrieks again. As I stand up, I look outside to see a rotting animal standing up on its hind legs, looking at least 12 feet tall. A skinwalker. Get them out of here, I roar. Its gaze shifts between me and the mortician, who is pushing the hostess towards the back. Another voice can barely be heard. I am not sure, but it sounds like a reply to the skinwalker's hook.
Let's party.
This is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people start singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll never stop singing it forever, just because. This is the song that never ends. I sang softly, while who started singing it. He seems to hesitate, like he felt foolish for singing a child's song.
Sing the song. These things hunt by fear. The song will distract you, but only if you sing it. Don't stop singing, I tell the hostess slowly. Walking slowly to the serving area, I call to the cook. I want you to join us out here and sing that song, I say, not breaking eye contact.
Let's party,
Came the response, the exact response. Drawing my gun, I stepped away from the serving area. I'm going to distract them. You get to his car and leave. They nodded, but kept singing, though the hostess was visibly paler. Pulling out my gun, I decided to draw upon the experience of the Jersey Devil encounter. I needed to feel fear, and nothing on this planet filled me with more fear than that monster. I pointed the gun directly down and fired. The bullet slammed into my foot, and I felt some of the bones break. Bleed these predators. Now! I roar, while shooting out a window excruciating, but the presence of the skinwalkers was a very motivating factor. Limping, I made it to the window. As the skinwalker out the front walked over to me, its rotten flesh seems to absorb the light from the diner.
let's party.
Came that voice again, as I landed outside and grunted in pain. Fear from the Jersey Devil began to exude from me. I forced myself to move fast, but each step on my wounded foot was like standing on a ball of hot lead. Rapid movement from behind me was my only warning. I dove to the side as the skinwalker charged at me, its foot hitting my injured one. I never felt such agony before. I could hear car doors closing. The second skinwalker was visible now when it crawled through the window. Its rotten meat seems to hang from the bones as it stared towards me. Its grin stretched beyond the realm nature indicated on the head it currently had. Its jaw opened, and I could hear it replicate a scream of terror. I started to run, but the damage to my foot slowed me down. The car engine revved somewhere in the parking lot, and I could hear the tire squeal in protest as the former mortician and hostess raced to safety. Limping as fast as I could, I saw the second skinwalker emerge from the cafe. It was even longer than the first. I briefly considered them. Something shifts in the atmosphere when my mind brushes against that memory. The predatory beasts pause. They glance at each other, then charge at me. Fear is no longer useful. It has served its purpose. What I need is fury. White, cold fury. I charge at the apparitions and roll under the swiping claws of the closest creature. Pushing off of my wounded foot, I spring up and let the pain fuel me with adrenaline. Fire is a good weapon against the supernatural, and while I cannot throw it, I pray this diner has gas stoves. Screeches that threatened to scratch my eardrums to shreds burst forth from their ravenous maws. Scrambling as they follow, I dive through the serving window, crashing to the ground. I look up and see that the stoves are gas. Clawing my way up, while the skinwalkers stalk towards me, I pull at the stove. With a grunt, I can feel it start to give. Then I almost hit my head on the stove. I turn on the valves, gas hissing away. I grab 2 knives while I slip my gun into my holster. Control. That word is my anchor. While the pain fills me with adrenaline, one stupid mistake will get me killed. I need to stay in control, but angry enough to give my attacks more power. They stalk a different side of the kitchen island towards me, skilled and trained predatory tactics. I throw one knife at the furthest monster, but the blade doesn't get much purchase against the rotten meat. I back up to the door, and I can see them smiling at me. Patience, not a common mental trait of monsters. By now, I am almost at the door, and they are blocking my view of the kitchen. I can't run. They will catch me in a heartbeat, or whenever they want to. I can't shoot the oven to trigger a spark, and hopefully, an explosion. But I do see a microwave. I draw and fire 3 shots. The first misses, the second one connects, and sparks fly from the electric device. I don't hear the third shot due to the explosion and the shrieking. The shockwave throws me through the doorway, and I land on the asphalt, the screeching tires a higher pitch as I roll over and look at the two skinwalkers, who are still standing. And I walk towards me. I force myself up and start to limp into the forest. I can hear them stalk towards me, and I am too sore to continue fighting. Glancing back as I made my way through the forest, I can see their engulfed bodies. A loud crack causes me to flinch. Turning around, I only see one walking, flaming corpse. That too crashes to the ground. A piercing howl seems to actually tear the night sky apart. Then silence returns. I eventually made it to a main road, where I met a strike team dispatched by the morticians. I debriefed them, while they took me to a trusted vet. I apologize for the delayed update, but I have been trying to recover, but my dreams feature those two skinwalkers with heightened prevalence. While recuperating from the self-inflicted gunshot wound, I decided to resume my actual duties as an archivist for the Mortician Network. I noticed an odd assortment of cases spread across multiple cities, each with varying numbers in each location. Case file. Sewer inhabitant. NYC. Number 01386. Preliminary details are small due to what was left of the body outside a storm sewer grate on the outskirts of Manhattan. Most of a right hand, bearing telltale signs of tattoos, and a tan are the immediate identifying features. No rings adorn the hand, and the fingerprints have turned up nothing on any criminal database. It is likely that this is one of the many missing homeless people in New York City. However, due to lack of a body or location where the victim was last seen, any further detail is currently speculation, unless we ask the entire homeless population if the photograph of this hand looks familiar. Body part was found in 06/02/2010. Case file. Sewer inhabitants. NYC. Number 0068. Preliminary details are more substantial, as a large pair of the torso and upper thighs were relatively undamaged when removed from a sewer junction when discovered. Autopsy indicates the presence of claws and sharpened fangs were used to remove the flesh from the bone. Trace amounts of DNA indicate a human variation. DNA mapping indicates that this variant is smaller than the average human. The skin would be scaly like a lizard, as the creature is cold-blooded. No mappable bone structure, but hardened cartilage is theorized to allow movement. The eyes seemed to allow vision in low or no light, with an aversion to powerful light. Clothing remnants indicates that this was a subcontractor for the city. Partial tattoos allowed for easier identification as a reformed gang member. The victim was reported as being missing for approximately 3 weeks, in comparison to estimated time of death. Partial data recovery from destroyed cellular phone have the estimated date and time of death. Vague witness reports indicate heightened noise pollution from the sewer. One witness was walking along the streets on the same day of death, advised that there was no ambient noise from any animals in the area. While motor vehicles could be audibly identified, there were no birds chirping or insect background noise. No other abnormalities were noticed by the witness. Case file. Sewer inhabitant. Paris. Number 0013. Mauled body of an urban explorer found outside an entrance to the Parisian sewer system. No traces of DNA despite the evidence of the similar wounds found on other victims killed in sewer systems around the world. Given the likelihood this urban explorer was originally delving into the Paris catacombs, no further investigation is to occur. When I started to look after case files pertaining to the Parisian catacombs, the only comments regarding these were, "Please refer to the hand copies locked away in a safe place." There are over 913 case files with dates going back decades.
I will be speaking with the morticians once I have healed up more. The hostess from the bar is seeing one of the therapists who have dealt with those who survived an encounter with the paranormal, as she was traumatized by the situation. A situation I can understand, since encountering the Jersey Devil. There was a few camera feeds of maintenance workers going into the sewer systems. Most are like the end to the Blair Witch, the potential to be shocked, but ultimately a giant anticlimax. But one did catch my attention, not from a maintenance worker, but by a wealthy urban explorer who spent a significant amount on his gear, including a wireless transmitter that could penetrate the ground well enough to send the footage to a black box recording device. This included audio as well. I will include a transcription of relevant audio. Case file. Sewer inhabitant. Detroit. Number 01499. Bloodstained camera and shattered pieces of head found outside a storm sewer entry point. Camera appears to be a GoPro with aftermarket antenna modifications to allow greater transmission power and clarity. Network tracing allowed investigators to locate a black box setup at the home of a citizen in the socioeconomic bracket of the upper class. Name has been redacted due to the complicated history this family has with the paranormal. Owner of the camera was reported as missing, and the remains were found 3 weeks after the initial complaint. The official answer given to the family is that the child was kidnapped and killed via a red room on the dark web. Footage has been created to illuminate this, should they ever ask to see the footage. The recording was examined and copied to the corresponding case file. Video and audio clip. The initial start is a voiceover of the urban explorer introducing himself with his Urbex handle. He states that he was wanting to explore the storm sewers around Detroit because he believes it was just like the video game series Infamous on the PlayStation consoles. He approaches a large intake and enters. He describes the surprising amount of research he did into this, and he comments on past excursions he conducted. He walks for about 15 minutes before he freezes. Audio. Did you hear that? Sounds like something went him slowly, the headlights revealing nothing in the corridor behind him. Turning back, he doesn't seem to notice that there is something ahead which draws further into the darkness. Judging by the lack of commentary from the Urbexer, it seems unlikely he did not see the creature. Using the alternate methods that were also being recorded due to the high-quality camera, night vision reveals the presence of 3 short humanoids with very long arms and very short legs. As the Urbexer creeps forward, the 3 creatures move backwards, but the movement seems odd, more fluid than normal. Audio. Hope I don't run into any mole people down here. A mole person is a derogatory term used to describe people who live underground. Probably better than Morlock from the Time Machine, though. Video. He explores a little further and arrives at the intersection. Periodic checks of the night vision mode reveals that the sewer inhabitants split up at the intersection. The only likely safe path is for him to return home, but he doesn't seem to be aware. He looks down each corridor and he is silent again. He seems to be trying to listen for something. Audio. In the distance, water drips. There is no other ambient noise other than the breathing of the Urbexer. Then, there is a high-pitched shriek. Video and audio. The Urbexer swears and charges straight ahead. His panting echoes off the walls around him. He looks back, and in the bouncing headlight, he can see the sewer inhabitants. He turns to face in front of him, but slams into a wall he didn't see. He crashes heavily to the ground. There is no movement from the camera, and I suspect that he knocked himself out. However, the video shows him trying to move, and a soft groan which is drowned out by the scrabbling of claws on the ground. He rolls over to his back and starts to sit up. video and audio. The inhabitants approach, the light shining off their eyes. The way the arms bend indicates that the arms are cartilage-based, rather than a skeletal system. A swipe from an arm of an inhabitant knocks the lights and camera off the Urbexer's head. Contrary to popular horror tropes, the camera doesn't land in a way that shows the carnage that is audible. The screams last for approximately 39 minutes, before the assumed death of the Urbexer. That camera records for another several hours before powering off. It is unknown how the camera appeared at the entrance where it was located. As I went through the hundreds of cases from around the world, including Russia, which is unusual as they never shared any other case files that I had seen, I became concerned about what these creatures were. Other than man-eaters, their movements, from what I could see, were weirdly fluid, and the skeletal structure, as previously mentioned, seemed to be more focused on cartilage than actual bone. The only thing that struck me as off in all of these cases were the ones based in Paris. 5 recorded deaths with autopsies performed on what was left, but there was a disconcerting amount of references to the Parisian catacombs, and very emphatic warnings to stay away. Since I got a regular visitor in the form of the retired mortician, I decided to bring it up with him when I next saw him. Closing down my connection to the Deepweb, I hear a knock on my door. As I answer it, I noticed something very unusual. There is no white noise at all, no hum of electronics or anything like that. As I opened the door, I saw no one, until I turned around. A black regalian stood there, slightly hunched over, and looking directly at me. Seeing the regalian in front of me, I was taken aback. I certainly was not expecting a member of an alien race that does not experiment on humans to be in my home. It stands there like in those movies, waits mainly on one leg, as if peering around a corner, except he is in my hallway. "Why are you here?" "Hello," it said, uncertainly. I repeated the question, and it paused for a moment and said, "Hello."
"I'm sorry,"
it said, before I could respond. This put me on the defensive, as these seemed to be the reason for the mush corpses. Having a dialogue, even this unusual, seemed to hold my interest for my health in good standing. Next thing I know, I'm getting flashes in my mind, like someone is somehow psychologically slamming a slideshow into my mind. Trees, but not ones I expected to see. Rainforests, perhaps. Another image. This one is more chaotic. Flashes of movement. Barely there are glimpses of what I believe are faces. More images of something likely in the woods. Sounds can be heard. Screaming, begging. Mercy is being requested. Whimpering. What can be understated as a migraine decides to set up a blog dancing competition with the global supply of elephants on my brain would cause a quieter noise than the pounding my head is forcing me to endure. I see black regalians standing around, looking over their shoulder, with long coats on. They are smiling, for lack of a better word. Though it seems more leering, there is an undercurrent of an emotion that I cannot quite comprehend. "Sorry," it says again. I still cannot figure out what it is trying to convey. Another flood of images. Half-man monster creatures in bad makeup running around a movie set. Then it clicks. "You turned humans into monsters, didn't you?" I whisper.
"Me? No. Others? Yes."
It stated simply. I can feel a deep sense of violation at this statement. No, not the statement. The complete lack of inflection. It didn't feel bad for what the others did to another race. But then I remembered that I was educated on empathy. Any damage I incurred, regardless of intention, My parents would sit me down and discuss it with me in great detail. My way felt alive and evil. My breathing got heavy. The door swung open. Only darkness. Only panic. And then, it entered. What? What did I see? What did I experience? What? The thoughts are missing. I saw it, one of those things. I believe, perhaps. Or did I faint? Did I dream everything up? Had it been a creature, or a substance, a plant or an animal, an anomaly in the fabric of the world? Had it crept, sneaked, floated, all of that and nothing? It had smelled me, swallowed up my panic and terror as if they were the sweetest nectar, with its antennae and tentacles. Its eyeless head and headless eyes had lusted for me. Its fangs and mouth had reached for me. There had been many necks and arms crawling towards me. Had it reeked of death, of foul misery? Or had it smelled like sweet honey, like carnivorous sundew? It had come to my bed, and had sent me into unnameable fits of madness, drooling. I'm not even sure if these descriptions fit. Perhaps all of them are just spawns of my mind, a mind that has witnessed the indescribable, that had encountered something I could not fathom, the union of nothingness and eternity. I still remember the man standing there, laughing, shouting gleefully phrases into the world.
Exlude, Exmod. You are true. You are eternal. You are complete.
Or had there been nothing at all? Had I been mistaken, and all of it was the result of my sleep paralysis? Had I dreamt all of it, hallucinated? Had Gabriel and I gotten ourselves into a vicious circle, increasing the night terrors, fallen into a whirlpool of madness? Had Gabriel just had a simple heart attack? Had my encounter with this man been a part of my fits, and not a messenger of doom? I don't know. I don't know. But my wrist hurts. There is a strange wound. It is not burned. Gabriel was not right. It is more like the skin just disappeared into nothingness. Please, help me. What can I do? What can I do against the terror in the night? It was all a dream, right? Something that cannot exist. Such things that start to close in on you when you know about them. Such things that refresh themselves by eating fears, doubts, when you go to bed. If you know how to stop this, please, write back. I need someone. I need a hope. I need a counter to this terrible panic. I need someone who tells me that I just had not closed the door yesterday, and that it had been wide open since the evening. Please, somebody. Because otherwise, only today is left for me. Jordan sits in his high school classroom, inspecting the birds fly by the window. He gazes, seeing the wind blow against the leaves on the ground. Just then, he's snapped out of his trance by Miss Leonard, his history teacher. She snarls at him.
Jordan, do you care to answer the question?
May 6th, 1937. That's when the Hindenburg disaster happened.
The teacher gasps in surprise.
Very good. I'm astonished you're still passing this course, with how much you daydream.
She moves back to the chalkboard, leaving Jordan alone. He gazes at the classroom clock, observing the time. 2:00 p.m. He still has an hour of class to go. Sighing, Jordan takes out his phone to text his friends Matt and Jeff in their group chat. The group has its usual conversations: girls, video games, and unnecessary photos they found funny. He was about to put away his phone before he received a text message from Jeff.
Jordan, me and Matt have been thinking about exploring the abandoned asylum. We think there may be ghosts there.
Chuckling, Jordan types.
Man, you guys know there ain't no such thing as ghost.
Jeff quickly replies with another text.
True. But what if there's something valuable to sell or something spooky in the asylum?
Before he can send another text, Jordan hears a thump on his desk. Looking upwards, he notices Miss Leonard with her hand out. Knowing what the gesture means, he gives her his phone. With a look of disappointment on her face, she lectures Jordan.
Jordan, you should know there is no texting in my classroom. You'll get your phone back at the end of the week. And while you're at it, visit the principal's office. I'm sure you will love to hear what you've been doing in my class.
Without hesitation, Jordan picks up his book and pencils, putting them into his backpack. Heading to the exit of the class, he gives a goodbye wave to Miss Leonard's classroom. He goes straight to the school's front door, calling it an early day. Exiting the school, Jordan gets out his spare phone. Due to the teacher holding his phone hostage, he holds a spare one for these occasions. A buzz emanates from his phone. Another text, this time from Matt.
Hey, bro. Jeff and I have some major plans. Call me when you can.
Jordan rolls his eyes, thinking of what silly thing his friends have planned for him this time. Last month, they played Ding Dong Ditch and were nearly arrested when a police officer caught them in the act. Smiling at the memory, Jordan dials Matt's number just like the message said. A person on the other line answers. In a friendly tone, a man answers on the other line.
This is Matt. How can I help you?
Jordan replies in an amused tone.
I would like one explanation on a call given by you.
Of course. Jeff and I are going to the asylum tonight. We're going to search for some copper. I know a great guy who'll give us a fair sum of money for any stuff we find.
A voice of doubt casts over Jordan.
You sure you want to do this? The last time we pulled one of your plans, we almost got arrested.
Matt's voice comes over the phone in a carefree jingle.
That was just bad luck, my friend.
Jordan puts the phone closer to his ear. His whole attention was now on Matt.
Sure, Matt, why not?
And who knows? There's probably ghosts there.
Okay, enough about ghosts. Where and when do you want to meet?
Westgate, 10 o'clock p.m. That's where we'll meet.
Thanks, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Hanging up his phone, Jordan opens the front door to his house. His cat goes up to him, pointing to its food bowl. Jordan knows what it wants. He goes to the pantry, grabbing the cat's food to fill up the cat's food bowl. Jordan strokes his cat's ear, snickering to himself.
You got it easy, Charlie. You don't have school, work, or any chores. You get to sleep all day while I spend a long, boring 7 hours at school.
Flopping onto the couch, he puts down the cat, staring at the clock on the wall, watching the time slowly go by. He figures he'll play Xbox until the time to meet his friends come, but before Jordan knows it, he is fast asleep. Matt yells in disappointment.
Damn it! I almost had it.
Jeff sets down the controller, stretching his arms.
Nah, bro. It looks like you're gonna have to try another day. You still can't beat me in Call of Duty.
Matt rolls his eyes.
Whatever, Jeff. Get your ass in the kitchen and get some noodles ready.
Jeff removes his gaming headphones and walks to the kitchen. Opening the cupboard, he grabs a bag of noodles and starts to cook them. Sticking his head out to the kitchen, Jeff looks at Matt, asking him about the asylum.
Hey, Matt, do you think it's gonna be safe to go to the asylum tonight?
Matt looks back, answering with confidence.
The asylum's been locked for over 40 years now. It's gotta have some valuable stuff in it, and who knows, it may even be full of ghosts.
Matt points at the clock, reading 5:37 p.m.
Let's be honest. Does 10 o'clock sound like a good time?
Jeff replies in a muddled tone.
Why? What's the problem?
It'll be cold out, and I don't want to be out too late.
Jeff rolls his eyes, disappointed in his friend's answer.
Fine, we'll do it your way. Let's make it 8:30.
Matt takes his phone, texting Jordan about the time change. After, the two pick up their controllers, ready for their rematch on Call of Duty. Jordan hears the alarm clock from his phone blasting from his pocket. Waking up, he takes a look at the screen. It's 7:45 p.m. He was more tired than he thought. His nap lasts about 30 minutes, not a couple of hours. He sits upright, letting out a tiring yawn, brushing the sleep away from his eyes. Cracking his joints, he gets off the couch, seeing an unread message on his phone. Grabbing it, he sees a message from Matt.
Jordan, there's been a change of plans. We're meeting at 8:30 now.
Putting the phone down, he walks to his dresser, tossing a pair of new clothes onto the floor. His house wasn't far from the old asylum, so he was in no rush to get ready. He put on a gray hoodie and blue jeans before exiting the bedroom and going to the fridge to grab a granola bar. With a mouthful of food, he feels his phone vibrate. Another text message.
We're off to the asylum now. We'll see you there.
The clock on his phone reads 8:10 p.m. Quickly, he runs down the stairs, exiting the house. Locking the door behind him, Jordan jogs down the steps, enjoying the crisp spring night. Cold weather with no wind. A perfect day to break into an asylum. There was no going back now. Matt stands there, outside the asylum, his hands in his pockets, shivering.
Come on. Where the hell is he?
Jeff stares back at Matt.
Quit shivering, you pussy. You're the one who wanted to come early.
I just didn't want him to beat us here.
Light footsteps approach from the bushes in the distance. Matt, in a defensive stance, points his flashlight towards the bushes, revealing Jordan. He shields his eyes, signaling for him to put down the flashlight. Stunned, Matt gives Jordan a handshake.
To be honest, I'm surprised you even came. You usually don't do these things.
Jordan replies, chuckling.
You know me. I've got those balls of steel.
Jeff interrupts, placing his arms around Matt and Jordan.
As much as I love this reunion, we should probably get inside before someone sees us.
The three agree, making their way to the asylum. Along the way, Jeff explains the plan.
A couple of days ago, Matt and I scouted the building out. We found a locked entrance on the west side.
He takes out a pair of bolt cutters from his backpack.
We're gonna break the lock, go inside, and look for anything worth taking. Easy peasy.
Jordan raises his eyebrow with sarcasm in his voice.
Great plan you got there. Don't you think that's gonna create, some noise?
Jeff dismisses the question.
Trust me, bro. I know what I'm doing.
The three go to the locked door. Jeff takes the bolt cutter, breaking the padlock. A powerful echo comes from the lock as it hits the ground. Jordan and Matt immediately look at Jeff in an unfriendly kind of look. Jeff gives them the middle finger as he opens the door. A rush of rotten dust and rotten smell hit their faces as they enter the dark, lifeless building. The room's darkness now removed the light from the moon-illuminated sky. They take out their flashlights, studying the room in front of them. Red living paint fills the walls. Mold and cracks were visible on the walls, creating a misty smell, making them cover their noses. Jordan lets out a wheezing cough.
Jesus, what died in here?
Matt and Jeff stay silent, nearly gagging at the smell of the room. The three shine their flashlights on all corners of the room. To the left of them was a brown staircase with steps looking to collapse at any moment. There is an empty hall to the right, with doors leading the rooms. Jordan gives Matt a slight shove.
I thought there would be stuff in here, not some broken building.
No one has been in this building for over 40 years. What did you expect? A welcoming party?
Jeff shushes the two, pointing to a ledge above them.
There's gotta be something up there. Let's take the stairs, but be careful. I don't want to carry any of you out with a broken leg.
Jordan takes the lead, moving up the stairs before stopping on the final step. Matt bumps into him, nearly tripping. Annoyingly, Matt whispers,
What the fuck are you doing?
Jordan's eyes widened. His body was frozen in terror at the sight in front of him. Quietly, he whispers,
Guys, look at this.
The three of them flash their lights on a white wall filled with portraits of people in chairs. Each photo has a man or woman in a tortured position with gruesome details done to them. Jeff lets out a fearful whimper.
Guys, what the fuck is this?
Jordan and Matt shake their heads in disbelief, their faces bewildered at the portraits. One portrait shows a man bound to a chair with restraints holding his wrists and feet in place. Clothespins keep his eyes open as the man sweats, frozen, laughing. Jeff, breaking the silence, takes the portrait and throws it over the stairs to the ground below them. A loud thud of glass and shattered wood fills the room below them. Jordan lets out a voice of fear and skepticism.
Calm down, Jeff. There's probably some fake photos made to keep people away.
Matt shudders in response.
Well, it's working. Come on, let's go downstairs. I don't want to be up here any longer than we have to be.
The three agree and make their way down the stairs, going back to the entrance. They look at the empty hall and descend it. A feeling of relaxation comes from the group, as the walls contain no portraits. Matt speaks out loud.
So what did you think of the portrait, Jordan?
Jordan throws up his hands in shock.
I don't want to talk about it. Let's just find copper. The faster we get some, the faster we can get out of here.
Matt turns to the left to face Jeff, but he's not there. Not seeing him, Matt tugs on Jordan's collar with force. Wide-eyed, he screams.
Jordan, where's Jeff?
Jordan ignores the question, yelling through the building.
Jeff, I don't know what sick joke you're playing. Cut it out. I want to get out of here now.
The only response they get is the wind's sound outside, but a small ray of light catches their attention. The two exit the hall and approach the light. The light turns out to be a small lamp on a wooden table in the middle of the room. On the table is a written note with Jeff's flashlight beside it. The two look at each other with bewildered expressions, walking to the note, picking it up. Matt picks it up, reading it out loud.
Hello. I see you two have entered my home uninvited. I don't know the reason for your arrival, but you've made a terrible choice coming here. Your friend is with me. He has broken one of my portraits, so now he must be the replacement.
Throwing the note across the floor, Matt pulls out his phone to call 911, but there is no signal. Jordan and Matt search for the door they entered from, but can't find it. Jordan looks back at Matt with a look of desperation and a quivering voice.
This has got to be some sort of prank, right?
Abruptly, Matt's phone rings. He reaches into his pocket, tearing out the phone, nearly dropping it in the process. The display of the caller ID reads, Jeffrey. Matt gently presses the talk button. Tears come from his face as he whispers,
Jeff, where are you?
A slow, riddled voice comes from the other line.
Who said I want to leave?
The voice is Jeff's, except the words are scratched and sound like static. Frustration takes over as Jordan hangs up the phone. He tries to call 911 again, but the signal is gone. They return to the hallway, peering into every room as they sprint down the corridor. Each room is empty, with no contents inside. After examining the final room, the two grasp their knees, taking heavy breaths before a loud shriek gets their attention. Jumping to their feet, The two shine their flashlights to the location of the scream. At the end of the hall is a gray-looking figure. They can only see its back, but they make out some details. The figure's skin is gray, and its spine is crooked and squiggly. Its arms are twisted, almost like a badly drawn cartoon character. The figure turns to face Matt and Jeff, revealing two dark, circular eyes with no nose. A black liquid spews from its open mouth. The figure gradually walks towards the two. The two boys scream in terror. The figure hisses at them.
Why would you guys leave? It's wonderful here.
Quickly, the two run down the hall, turning to the nearest room, closing and locking the door behind them. Hearing the loud footsteps of the figure behind them, they lean against the door before the figure charges at it. The two try to hold their weight against the door, but the force from the figure knocks the two boys to the ground. It keeps charging at the door, nearly breaking it with every hit. The hinges on the door and lock were about to give out. Abruptly, the figure stops its attack, releasing a high-pitched scream.
Wait until you become one with us. You'll love it here.
Matt collapses to the ground, rocking back and forth, his hands to his head, repeating to himself.
We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die here.
Jordan kneels to Matt, placing his hands on his shoulders, reassuring him.
Listen to me. You're not going to die. There is only one of those things and there are two of us.
Matt puts Jordan's hands off of him, pointing to the door.
Are you kidding me, Jordan? We can't take that thing on.
Jordan extends his hand out, bringing Matt to his feet. Before the two can do anything, they hear a knock at the now nearly destroyed door. The figure hisses out loud.
You're looking for your friend, correct? It's easy. The answer is behind you.
Jordan investigates the room, spotting a table with a blanket over it. He removes the blanket from the table, revealing Jeff. His eyes are gouged out from their socket. His nose is cut to the bone. The only thing inside his mouth is empty gum and blood. Jordan pukes on the ground, losing his balance momentarily, and cries. Matt stands in shock, whimpering to himself.
It's Jeff. He's dead. Jeff's dead.
Jordan grabs Matt's shoulders, looking him in the eye.
We need to move now.
Matt nods, wiping the tears from his eyes. The two walk to the door, looking underneath it, not seeing any signs of the figure. They open the door to find themselves in a new hallway, not matching the one before. The hall smells of death and rotting flesh. Abruptly, a loud crash is heard from behind them. The two look back to see the door covered by a wall. On the wall is a message written in some black liquid. Jordan interprets it out loud, terror-stricken.
Since I'm in a good mood, I'll let one of you live and one of you die. There are two halls. There is one to the left and one to the right. Choose wisely, as only one of you can go down a hall. One leads to your salvation. The other leads to eternal torment by my hands.
Pushing Jordan to the ground, Matt runs to the left hallway, ready to test his fate. Jordan cries out in terror, watching his friend slowly disappear from his sight.
No, wait!
He starts to go after Matt before he stops himself, remembering the instructions. Only one person can go down a hallway. Hesitantly, he takes the right hallway to test his fate as well. Quietness fills the air, except for the tiny droplets of water coming from the nearly collapsed roof. On the walls are hung portraits of people in chairs, just like the ones they saw in the upper staircase. Jordan freezes at the sight of one of the portraits. In the portrait is Matt. He has a giant smile on his face, with his eyes cut open. His face is beaten, his arms and legs tied to a chair, and blood spews from his mouth. Slowly, Jordan looks away from the portrait, ready to accept his fate before a visible light down the hall gets his attention. He turns his flashlight, shining it in the direction of the light. It is a window boarded up by wood, revealing the night sky above. Above it are the words, "Jump to your salvation." Not knowing if it's a trick, he starts to step away, but stops, hearing Matt's screams come from the hallway behind him. The idea of saving his friend is gone when he sees what is running towards him. Figures of Jeff and Matt slowly approach him, black liquid spewing from their mouths. Without thinking, Jordan runs to the window. Behind him, he hears the footsteps of two figures gaining on him. He feels the fingertip of one of the figures brushing his hair before he breaks through the window. Landing on his side, he feels his arm pop out of the socket. Quickly, he takes the flashlight and points it to the broken window to see the figures beckoning at him. This doesn't stop him, as he runs with fear in his veins all the way home. At his house, Jordan opens the door, slamming it shut. He runs to the phone and calls 911. A woman picks up.
911, what's your emergency?
I need help. My friends are in Meadowbrook Asylum. Please help them.
Please, slow down. Are your friends still inside the building?
I didn't go to the asylum. It was my friends. They told me they wanted to explore it, but I said no.
Have you tried to contact them?
Lady, shut up. Just send an officer to the asylum.
Hanging up the phone, he tosses it halfway across the room. Taking off his shirt, he notices the bone in his arm is bent. Sharp pains come from his shoulder. With the adrenaline now gone and the added pain from his injuries, he passes out. Jordan slowly opens his eyes, waking up on the couch. It's morning. For a moment, he thinks it was all a dream. But the pain in his left arm comes rushing back, reminding him of the asylum, the portraits, and his friends. An Amber Alert on his blinking phone confirms everything that happened the night before was real. Last night, two people disappeared in the Brazen area, Jeffrey Higgins and Matthew Richardson. If you have any information regarding... Turning off the alert, Jordan knows they won't find them. On the left side of his phone reads an unread message from Matt. With trembling hands, he opens the message, revealing its contents. On the message are 3 portraits. The first and second portraits show Matt and Jeff bound to a chair, with looks of fear on their faces. The third portrait is in a white room with an empty chair, with 5 words written over it.
You belong to us now.
Jordan hides behind the bed. His breathing grows silent as the figure enters the room. It lets out a slight hiss. In a playful tone, it asks,
Jordan, where are you? We want you to join us.
Holding his trembling hands to his mouth, Jordan stays quiet. The feelings of fear and panic flood his body as he moves to the other corner of the room.
You're here somewhere.
He takes a deep breath. A new feeling of bravery crawled over. He is tired of being the mouse instead of the cat. Jordan takes action. He slowly crawls to the other side of the room, picking up a piece of shattered glass. Peeking around the corner, he sees the figure near his previous hiding spot. Using the element of surprise, he creeps behind the figure, stabbing it in the side multiple times. The figure falls to the ground, flailing and screeching in pain. Taking advantage of the situation, he runs from the room into an empty hall. The walls display scratch marks and rolls of graffiti. The air is freezing. This hasn't been a room he has seen in the asylum before. Dismissing the confusion and conditions, he knew he had to focus on the one thing that mattered, staying alive. Between deep breaths, Jordan runs across the foyer, reaching a dead end in the hallway. A high-pitched shriek follows in his direction as the figure approaches him, black liquid spilling from its stomach where the glass lays. Jordan spots a lead pipe on the floor. He grips until his hands turn white, ready to fight. The figure casually strolls towards him, its arms straight together, and its gray, cracked legs drag across the floor. The figure stops 8 feet from Jordan as it unrolls its hand, extending its bony-like fingers, pointing to something behind him. It laughs maniacally.
It's time for you to join them.
Behind him is a portrait. The portrait reveals a tall, slender man wearing a face mask and a white lab coat, holding a knife to Jordan's throat. The man's eyes covered in black. Dismissing the portrait, Jordan looks back at the figure to see the man in front of him. He is lifted off the ground by the man. His cold hands grip Jordan's throat, making him struggle to breathe. As the man's grip tightens, so does the life from Jordan's body. The man lets out a whisper, staring into Jordan's dying eyes. Jordan bolts upright from bed, breathing violently. He cradles in it, assuring himself everything is okay. The same dream has repeated itself ever since the asylum's journey. Jordan follows his morning routine. He gets out of bed, gets dressed, and adjusts the cast on his left arm, the one he nearly shattered jumping through the window. At last, ready for the day, he opens the door to see his father in front, startling him.
"Oh, Dad, you scared me."
His father looks at him, concerned. Noticing the shaken condition of his son, he asks,
"Jordan, are you okay? You look like a mess."
Jordan takes a sigh, fixing his hair.
"Yeah, just another nightmare."
"Are you still struggling with Matt and Jeff?"
Irritated by his father's question, he cultivates his voice.
"Yes, Dad. They were my best friends."
Jordan's dad attempts to assure him.
"Son, I know how you feel. I've lost friends in the past."
Jordan attempts to exit the room, but his dad blocks the exits, looking at his son.
"Listen, I didn't come to check on you. I came to tell you the police want to see you."
"Again?"
Jordan's dad points his finger to the stair.
"Yes, again. Now go, Jordan. She's in the kitchen. I don't want to repeat it."
Jordan descends to the kitchen at a slow pace, seeing a female officer sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. The officer has her red hair in a bun with brown eyes. She wears a firmly pressed, ironed uniform with a shiny badge, reading, "Officer Price." A little intimidated by the unexpected visitor, he walks to the table, taking a seat across from her. The officer looks up, noticing Jordan. In an enthusiastic tone, she offers her hand.
"Jordan Myers, it's nice to meet you. I'm Officer Ashley Price."
Not seeing any reaction from him, she lowers her hand down, allowing him to speak.
"What do you guys want to ask me now? I keep telling you the same story, but you keep coming back."
Officer Price nods her head.
"Yes, I've heard your story, but I think there's more to it. As you know, I'm following up on the disappearance of Jeffrey Higgins and Matthew Richardson. I'd like to hear your story again."
Clenching his fists, Jordan tells the story he has made up.
"Jeff called me, saying he was going to the asylum with Matt. They never told me why or when. They invited me to come, but I never went with them."
She stares at him in a stern tone, stating,
"Look, kid, I know there's something you're not telling me. Just because we couldn't find their phones or them inside the asylum doesn't mean you're telling me everything."
Matching Jordan's gaze, she replies,
"Well, the officers and I looked at their phone records to see who they contacted before they disappeared, and the records show they called you. The question I have is, why did you call 911 an hour and a half after they told you they were leaving? Something made you do that."
Denying the officer's statement, Jordan rises from his seat, his voice now defensive.
"Nothing like that happened. Jeff said to me in the call he would talk to me in about an hour. After that, an hour passed, I called you guys because it wasn't like him to miss calls. I may have overreacted, but I was right, wasn't I?"
She raises an eyebrow at Jordan, replying to him in an expressive tone.
Kid, we're talking about 2 teenagers who have gone missing, not some breaking and entering charge. I need the truth.
I was at the asylum with them. I can't tell you what happened when the 3 of us were there. You wouldn't believe me. All I can say is go to the asylum and find the portraits. Just look for the portraits along the walls. You'll see them.
His voice becomes frantic.
It'll explain everything. You'll see things that you never thought existed. They're in the portraits. They're in the portraits.
A look of bewilderment crosses his face with a look of disgust. His heart drops, knowing she didn't believe him.
I know it sounds crazy, but what I saw can't be explained. You gotta believe me. Go there, to Meadowbrook Asylum. Find the portraits. I'm telling you they're there.
Before Jordan can say anything else, his father enters the room, staring at Officer Price. His eyes narrowed at her.
Don't you have someplace to be, officer? I thought this was supposed to be a follow-up, not an interrogation.
She turns her attention to the dad.
Sorry, sir. We were just finishing up.
Officer Price places her card on the table with a piece of writing on it before exiting the house. Jordan's father kneels beside him, placing his hand on Jordan's shoulder.
Calm down, son. You all right?
Jordan gives a slight nod.
I'm okay, Dad. It just got to my head. Can I have some alone time, please?
He replies by giving him a loving hug. After his dad leaves the room, Jordan turns his attention to the piece of writing on the officer's card, reading it to himself.
Jordan, what you said about the asylum, I believe there is something more to that place. Something wrong. That place, there's something more to it than we know. Stay away from it.
His jaw drops. Did he make a mistake revealing he was inside the asylum? With fearful thoughts filling his mind, he exits the chair and goes to the living room couch. Again, he reads the note, petrified of its contents. More questions than answers filled his mind. He takes a look at the note one more time, nearly going into a panic attack. Back at the police station, Officer Price sits at her desk, staring at the computer screen, wondering more about the asylum. She looks at the story given to the public about how it was destroyed. The public article shows a black and white photo of Meadowbrook Asylum on fire. The article tells of a short-circuit explosion that started in the boiler room, causing an explosion that nearly destroyed the entire asylum. Noticing the article said nothing about a safety issue, she looked up all of the inspections done on the asylum in 1978. Upon examination, the asylum had never failed an inspection in all of its existence. This new information piqued her curiosity. How could the circuits create such a mess if they passed the examination? The people who did the inspections wouldn't mark the asylum safe if there was a risk. Taking a deep breath, she stares deeply at the computer, not knowing what to make of this new information. She follows the question and only leads in her head. What did Jordan mean about the portraits? She exits the police station, getting into her car, driving off to the asylum to figure out the truth behind it. Now at Meadowbrook Asylum, the feeling of goosebumps creep inside her. Even in the daylight, it looked scary. You could see the scarred letters of the name Meadowbrook above the entrance. The windows are covered in wood, but not all spaces of the windows are filled. Across every window, there is a small line of light coming from inside. A line just small enough to where a person could watch you without anyone noticing. Officer Price couldn't get that thought out of her mind. She circles to the back of the asylum, looking at the door that Jeff opened. Officer Price approaches the back door, picking the lock. As it opens, the door creates a loud, shattering creak, similar to a human scream. She enters, closing the door behind her. A feeling of torment and disgust fills the air around her. Even with the sunlight coming in from the cracked windows, the asylum was still very dark. She pulls out her flashlight, revealing the room to have splintered walls filled with stained burn marks, patches of loose paint, and holes fill the floor. A brief examination of the room shows nothing of interest. Her perception of interest was now at an all-time high as she descended further into the asylum. She takes in the environment of the asylum. Everything seems reasonable until a slight creak from the floorboards gets her attention. The feeling of being watched that passed through her before was now back. She shines the flashlight on the wall where the sound came from to reveal an eye-sized hole in the wall. Curiously, Officer Price looks through to see what's on the other side of the wall. Inside is a picture of some kind. Before she could examine it further, a loud thud from the other side of the hall startles her. Immediately, she draws her gun, ready for anything or anyone else to be in the asylum. With the gun in one hand and the flashlight in the other, she follows the location of the sound. Falling bits of dirt come from above, gracing her face. She hears scratches and footsteps above, too loud to be any vermin. Putting away her gun, she reaches for her radio.
Dispatch, this is Officer Ashley Price. I'm at the Meadowbrook Asylum. I'm calling for immediate backup.
Static fills the air.
Dispatch, this is Officer Price requesting immediate backup.
A man's laugh echoes from the other end of the radio. In an eerie tone, the man says,
You just got here. Why would you want to leave?
She stares blankly at the radio. Sweat starts to slide down the back of her neck.
If this is someone joking around, it's not funny.
A slithery voice replies,
My dear, this is no joke. You won't be talking to anyone else but me.
A slight pause ensues, making Officer Price start to regret her decision to come to the asylum. Replying with more resistance in her voice, she blasts out,
You better knock this off. I am a police officer. I will arrest you if you keep talking like that.
The man lets out a sinister laugh, whispering into the radio.
Do you think you can arrest me? You've had my attention from the moment you entered here. Tell me, what are you trying to find?
She yells back.
I'm trying to find the two missing boys, so would you mind helping me out?
The man's voice over the radio plagues the room.
I don't want to help. In fact, I'm watching your every move.
She calls his bluff.
Really? What am I doing right now?
The man replies in a loose tone.
Holding a gun at a dirty broken wall inside my asylum.
She runs, making her way back to the door. This was enough for one day. She put her hand around the handle to the door, pulling with all her weight. The door stays in place, jammed. Her flashlight begins to go dim, and the sunlight outside starts to fade to black. The man, in his sinister voice, whispers through the radio.
I want you to know something. There's no way to leave this place. You've sealed your fate.
Suddenly, the light from the outside sky shines into the asylum, and her flashlight works again. Only this time, she is in an endless hall with no doors. The room around her is encircled by portraits of people dying and in torment. It's like she teleported from one place to another. One of the portraits shows a man picking at his arm with a scalpel. Blood soaks the floor, with chunks of muscle and skin splattered across the floor. Another portrait shows a man injecting a drill into his head, having the expression of laughing as tears of blood form down his face. Officer Price picks up the radio with trembling hands, trying to hide the fear in her voice.
What do you want?
To see what your insides look like.
A short pause fills the room before the man replies in a low tone. She drops the radio, breaking it, her body trembling at the words of the man. She gets her gun and flashlight stance back,
making her way slowly through the hall, searching every corner of every room. Eventually, she reaches a staircase leading down. Conflict soars through her head if she should take the stairs or not. In all likelihood, an exit wasn't down there, but her only exit was gone now. She descends the stairs, still holding the gun to her body. At the bottom, a room with lights, ruined tiles, and torn paintings fill her vision. Her thoughts are interrupted by a dragging sound coming from the other side of the room. Spotting a tilted desk, she takes cover behind it. The sound was just now a few feet from her. Slowly, she peeks her head out, seeing one of the figures. She gets the extreme urge to vomit from the sight and smell of it. The figure looks to be 7 feet tall. Its gray skin reflects off the light. Bones and limbs protrude from its stomach and arms. Its eyes look like they were taken off a doll and glued on. It lifts its head in the air, making a wheezing, snorting noise, letting out an unsettling growl. It says deeply,
"What brings you here? Do you wish to see our headmaster?"
She stays quiet, holding her position as the figure gets closer and closer.
Come out, wherever you are,"
it says in a childish tone. Officer Price grips the gun as hard as she can and, in a quick motion, rises to her feet, shooting the deformed figure. She fires 4 bullets, 2 missing, but the other 2 hit their target in the stomach and leg. A silver substance leaks from its wounds, forcing the creature to let out an abnormal scream, which wasn't human. Ashley runs from the figure, hearing it pursue behind her. The speed of it outmatched hers, and she knew it. Knowing it would catch her at any moment, she finds the nearest door, closing it. Seconds later, it stops in front of the door, clapping its hands in victorious rhythm. It murmurs,
"Say hello to the headmaster for me."
Before she could move, a hand reached over her shoulder, covering her mouth. She tried to resist, but the man had complete control over her. She hears the voice of the man from the radio behind her.
"I'm glad we can finally talk face to face."
Fear takes over her, recognizing the voice to be the man from the radio. Officer Price tries to get loose from the man's grip, but he is too strong.
Let me go! Let me go!
Now, I can't do that. But now I have seen you, it's time you see me. Beware. The sight isn't a pretty one.
He turns the officer around, revealing a scar across his face. The man wears a white lab coat covered with bloodstains. His hair is colored gray, with eyes faded so black it looks to be an endless tunnel. Burn scars cover the left side of his face. His lips were crisp and chapped. In a calm voice, he says,
"You have entered my realm. Don't fight it. There's no way out. After all, you're mine now."
She tries to muffle through his hand.
What do you want from me?
Ignoring her, he drags Officer Price into a room lit with candles displaying multiple figures formed into a circle. They gather together at the side of the man, aligned in a pattern waiting for an order. The man snaps his fingers together, releasing the grip around her. 2 figures grab her arms. The grip was so secure she couldn't move. He stands beside her, whispering,
"The thing I wanted before, I'm going to have it now."
Tears fill Ashley's eyes.
What?
He looks to the table on the left, seeing a hammer and picking it up from the table. He approaches Officer Price slowly, hellacious intent displayed over his face.
What are you gonna do with that? No! No!
He ignores her pleas, hitting her kneecaps with the hammer. Snaps of broken bones fill the room, causing the figure to look away in disgust. Officer Price screams in agony, tears and sweat running down her face as she cried. The man puts his hand to his ear,
A beautiful smile forms across his face as he cries in joy.
Music to my ears. Oh, such beautiful sounds. Scream again. Scream. Let it all out.
Another strike comes from the hammer, this time hitting her ribs. She lets out a loud cough. Blood falls from her mouth, and she goes unconscious from the pain. Humming out loud, the man says,
"It's been some time since I've seen blood. Oh, such precious blood. I want to see more. I want to see yours."
The man walks over to the other side of the room, searching through a cabinet. One of the figures holding her speaks.
Will the painter know about this?
The man puts a finger across his lips, hushing them.
I'm sure he already knows, but please, let's not talk about that. I want to enjoy this moment. It's been a while since Dr. Sebastian Langstrom has killed somebody, and I want to make my return so beautiful.
He approaches her one more time, holding a bone saw, scalpel, needle, and multiple tourniquets from the cabinet, putting on a surgical mask. He injects an adrenaline shot into Officer Price, her eyes slowly opening back up. Signaling for the figures to leave, they drop her to the ground, while an evil smirk forms across the man's chapped lips. Holding her face, he strokes her hair slowly, inserting the knife slowly into her chest. He chuckles to himself, watching the blood protrude from the wound. He stares at her with that evil grin, smiling as he says,
"Now, let's see what your insides look like."
Jordan awakens from his nap, surprised to see an empty house. It catches him off guard when he sees a note and a mailed envelope on the kitchen island. Approaching the note, he picks it up, reading it out loud.
Jordan, it's your father. I went to see Uncle Charles for the night. There is cooked chicken in the fridge, and there is an envelope for you. If there are any problems, or if you need me, you know my number.
Putting down the paper, Jordan turns his attention to the envelope. He sees it has no return address and is unmarked, making him hesitant to open it. But he decides to read it again after some thinking. Upon opening the envelope, a scroll slides, outspread across the table.
Mr. Myers, you have awoken something you cannot control. The events that transpired at the asylum have begun something you cannot comprehend. I could tell you to stay away from the asylum, but I know you have observed the portraits. We have to speak before people start noticing and become involved. There's only one place where we can meet without having to bother about the portraits. You must arrive at the asylum and wait on the first floor. I am not forcing you here. However, this will be your single opportunity to fix the problem you helped generate. I will be at the asylum tonight on the first floor at 8 p.m. Come or not, it's your choice. If you do, I will provide you with all the answers.
Jordan's hands tremble. How did this person know he was in the asylum? What were these events? What is so important about the portraits? There were so many questions he wanted to ask. He thinks to himself,
Did this all happen because Jeff ruined a picture?
Pacing around the kitchen, he thinks of what he could do. Going to the asylum would give him a chance to meet the stranger and get some answers. But going to the asylum again could kill him. Was this man telling the truth? Knowing this is his only chance to avenge his friends, Jordan exits the house to go to the asylum. He exits the door, not knowing what to expect. Knowing there were things beyond his understanding, he had no way to prepare what this man was talking about. Could it have been some sick joke, or was this man telling the truth? He knew there could only be one way, and that was going to the asylum. After 20 minutes of walking, he studies the Meadowbrook Asylum's front of the building, where it all started. He was never afraid of it in the past. Now, the mere sight of it made him have a near panic attack. He sees the broken window on the second floor
The memory of the jump forms in his mind. He disregards it, going through the courtyard. He listens to the crunching of the gravel under his feet. He goes to the back of the asylum, remembering where the door is. After walking around the building, the door is visible. The padlock, used to hold the door the first time, is still on the ground. Jordan kicks it away, not wanting to remember what happened after entering the first time. Mustering a bundle of courage, he opens the door. A pile of dust and grime come from the top of it, dropping onto him, causing him to cough multiple times. In the asylum, a dimly lit room stands ahead of him at the end of the hall. He follows the light, entering the room. The surroundings of the room made him feel somewhat at peace. 2 lounge chairs sit across from each other. A new patch of floor replaced the previously crushed tiles on the floor. The formerly stained burnt walls were no more. Fresh ones had replaced them. He stood in awe before hearing a man clear his voice at the other end of the room. A small man with a black suit and gray glasses blocking his eyes signals Jordan's attention. He is a very skinny, frail-looking man, appearing to be in his late 70s. He has no hair except for a trimmed gray beard. The man points to the chair, signaling for Jordan to take a seat. The two take a seat from each other, resting his arms on the cushion, staying quiet, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Speaking with open-hearted determination in his voice, Jordan asks,
"Are you the one that sent me the letter?"
Responding to the question, the man takes off his glasses, showing pale white eyes. In a leisurely gesture, he nods yes.
"Why did you send it?"
The man raises a hand, pointing to Jordan. In a low, crisp tone, he replies,
"You destroyed a portrait."
Jordan narrows his eyes angrily.
"A portrait? My friends are dead because of a portrait?"
Jordan could barely contain himself.
"Jeff destroyed it, not me. Besides, how could you tell I was here?"
The man points to 2 figures, signaling they are the ones. A shriek of terror from Jordan fills the room as 2 figures come from both sides of the room. He attempts to run from them, but one of their hands rests on his shoulder, keeping him pinned to the chair no matter how hard he tries to resist.
"Get this thing off me,"
the figure calmly speaks.
"We don't want to hurt you."
The stranger clears his throat. His voice no longer crisp. He whispers to Jordan in a faint tone.
"These abominations, or as you call them, figures, listen to me. If you cooperate and listen, this will be much easier. You're probably wondering what they are. Well, they are the results of events I've tried long and hard to forget. But your friend made a grave mistake. He destroyed a portrait, and by doing that, he awakened them and their creator."
Jordan punches the chair, visibly angry.
"What are you talking about? This makes no sense. You said you would give me the answers to what was going on in the scroll, not the story of what these things are. Tell me what is going on."
The man lets out a chuckle at him, with minor coughs in between. Putting his hand across his face, the man speaks.
These days, young people have no patience. In time, you'll know everything. But let me introduce myself. My name is Jacob Wilson. I used to work here at Meadowbrook Asylum before the fire. I was good friends with the asylum's head director, Sebastian Langstrom, the abomination's creator, or as the figures call him, the headmaster. The abominations also know me as the painter.
One of the figures speaks up, their voice shaken.
"The headmaster and the painter made all of us before the explosion happened."
Jordan remains silent, with keen interest in what Jacob has to say.
The story of an electrical fire is a lie. That isn't what caused the explosion. Sebastian himself caused it. You've probably seen him in the portraits of the nightmares you have. If you have nightmares, he'll be the man with the lab coat.
Jordan looks back at Jacob in confusion, questioning the statements of his nightmare.
You have the nightmares too?
Jordan, I've had the nightmares ever since the destruction of the asylum and the ending of mine and Sebastian's fun.
Jordan tilts his head in confusion.
What fun is that?
Jacob squeezes his hand against the leather of the chair, giving the signal of a touchy subject.
Sebastian and I tortured people. We'd inflict pain onto people by doing monstrous things to them they would never do to themselves. The pain caused by us would form a look on their face, a face of pain that is near death.
Jordan looks at Jacob in the eye.
You're a sick bastard who deserves the nightmares.
Jacob gives a nod of acknowledgement with hesitance in his voice.
Maybe we were sick. We selected patients in the asylum who had no family, friends, or emergency contacts. Sebastian brought them to a hidden room in his office. There he tortured them while I drew portraits of their deathly tortures. It was golden. The joy we felt was unbelievable.
So why did you and your friends stop doing this so-called fun?
Jacob's eyes start to water.
As they say, all good things must come to an end. And Sebastian wanted to end with a bang, literally. One of the patients was able to escape and alert the police of our activities.
So we told the police, and they came to the asylum to get you and Sebastian?
Jacob nods in response.
I'd already left the asylum. I knew everything was finished, yet Sebastian couldn't let it go. He blew up the boiler room, killing himself and everyone in the asylum.
Jordan puts his hand to his chin, confused.
How does this have anything to do with me?
The destruction of the portrait revived Sebastian, bringing his attention back to the real world. Enraged by this, he's brought the victim's spirits from the explosion with him into this world, creating the figures. His bloodlust has returned. He killed a female police officer not too long ago, and this is only the beginning. If anyone enters this place, he will kill them. Sebastian's spirit has been awoken. You're the only one that can stop him and this from happening.
What do you mean to stop this? You mean Sebastian and these figures, or whatever they are?
Jacob snaps his fingers.
Precisely. Right now, Sebastian's in purgatory, or as I call it, the portrait world. Every person who died from the boiler room explosion or by Sebastian and I are bound to the portraits. Their spirits can't leave them. As a result, they reside in a limbo-like afterlife, only accessible through a portrait.
Jordan cries out in panic.
Wait, you mean the afterlife as in people being dead? So if I'm alive, how can I get into the asylum?
You need to be in the portrait world. So I'm gonna make a portrait of you.
Jordan's face goes pale.
Hold on. You told me anyone you paint their spirit is bound to that portrait. So why do you want to put me there?
Jacob rises from the chair, walking to one of the corners of the room. Reaching into a bag, he takes out an easel and a piece of paper.
They were bound because Sebastian tortured them until they died. When they died, the portrait showed their last moments alive. That is where their souls would go as a result. And since you're not in any pain, you'll be free to do whatever you want in there.
Jordan, outraged by this news, tries to rise from the chair. The figure again holds him steady in the chair, refusing to let him escape. Jacob yells out loud.
This is your only chance to avenge your friends.
This strikes Jordan in the heart, making him nod in response.
Do it. Draw a portrait of me.
Jacob takes out his paintbrush and paint from the bag, rubbing his hand against it with a disturbing smile.
My, it's been 41 years since I've used these. I'm gonna paint you now, don't move. When I'm done with the painting, you'll awaken in the portrait world. Once there, you'll have to find the boiler room and make it explode. Only then can Sebastian be destroyed.
Tears of sweat and fear start to run down Jordan's face. With all of his might, he asks,
"What will happen when it explodes?"
Painting the portrait, Jacob answers with determination.
Every spirit inside the purgatory will die, including your friend. The explosion will destroy all the portraits, freeing the bounded soul. But don't worry, since your portrait isn't in pain, you'll be able to keep your soul and body. You'll not become a figure.
My friend is still alive?
Yes, for now. Look for him if you must, but remember, destroying the asylum is your priority. As long as that place still exists, Sebastian can create figures and kill people here without a problem.
Jacob gives a quiet signal to the room. 30 minutes pass, and the painting is almost complete.
Right, in a couple of minutes, I'll be done painting you. After I paint you, you'll enter the portrait world. You'll know when you're there. Your arm will no longer be broken, and you'll not feel pain. You'll awaken in the asylum disguised as a patient. No one will know the difference.
This time, confidence comes from Jordan's voice.
I go into the portrait world, find the boiler room, blow it up, and everyone is free? It sounds easy enough, but what happens if something goes wrong?
Oh, I can't help you there. Oh, one more thing. Don't let Sebastian see you or find you. He knows you're coming. You'll recognize him as the man in a white lab coat, with the deep red eyes, but I'm sure he's already glued into your memory.
With the portrait finished, Jordan tries to keep his eyes open, but they become blurry and shaky until his eyes close. The world becomes silent and dark around him. He awakens inside the asylum, lying on a hospital bed, dressed in a hospital gown. Just like Jacob said, his arm is no longer broken. Looking around, he is amazed at the asylum's look. The walls are painted white, and the floors spotless. Phones are heard ringing in the distance, and the doctors roam the halls. Jordan was now in the portrait world. The bright light from the room blinds Jordan's eyes, forcing him to cover his eyes. He examines the room, rising from the cot, making out the freshly painted teal walls around him. The room is scented with roses and has a feeling of recreation. He felt calm, but this feeling would go away at the sight in front of him. Empty beds with blankets stained with blood covered the room. The stench of roses soon turned to death, permeating the room. From this room alone, he knew he was in the portrait world, the place where Sebastian resides, waiting to torture and kill people who entered the asylum. His first steps onto the ground created a rush of vertigo that conveyed his vision, nearly causing him to pass out. Grabbing his head, Jordan mumbles to himself,
Okay, take your time. Just went into another world. Let's get out of this room, one step at a time.
He clutches the wall, using it to help reach the door on the other side of the room. Stumbling across the room, he reaches the door's handle, opening it to exit the room. The room beyond reveals a white corridor. Unlike the earlier room, it was a utopia. There were neither signs of death or torture. Instead, paintings of trees and weather fill the hall line. It was pleasing to know Sebastian has an excellent style in art besides pictures of death. Suddenly, a dark-haired man with green eyes wearing a white lab coat notices Jordan. They both exchange a stolid and stressful stare down. The man approaches him. Jordan feels a rush of fear. Jacob never told him what to do if one of the doctors tried to talk to him. He had two situations to get past this. The first was to run from the doctor, creating a scene. The second one is to talk to the doctor and blend in with the patients there. The doctor scans Jordan with an expression of surprise in his eyes. Scratching his head, he asks in a questioning tone,
"What do we have here, a new patient? What are you doing out of your room?"
Before Jordan could reply, the doctor taps the clipboard with his pen. Curiously, the doctor says,
"Wait, I've never seen you here. Could you be the one the headmaster fears?"
Jordan shakes his head in confusion.
What are you talking about?
The doctor's expression turns to fear as sweat pours down his face. His hands shake intensively as a quavering force takes over him. In a trembling tone, he expresses the fear in his voice.
You're Jordan Myers?
The doctor walks back, nearly tripping over himself. Jordan steps forward, itching his head, confused by the man's question.
What if I am? What does this have to do with your sudden change of behavior?
The doctor's face grows red with terror.
The headmaster, he desires to obtain you. I can't let him know you're here. If he sees me talking to you, I'll be embedded with feelings of pain I've never felt in my life.
With those words, the doctor walks away. Jordan stands there, shocked by what the doctor said. This is the real deal. Sebastian controls this place and everyone. He doesn't pursue the doctor, thinking it would be best to keep his notice to a minimum. Before he advances, he notices the clipboard the doctor previously held on the ground. He picks it up. 3 papers are on it. The first is labeled Patients. On it are the names of everyone inside the asylum. He almost flips the page over before one name catches his attention. Matthew Richardson. Jordan couldn't believe what he was seeing. His friend, the one he thought to be dead, was here, in the portrait world. He didn't know where to look. Desperately, he searched, flipping over the next piece of paper showing the second page. On the second paper is a map. There are 3 circled rooms covered in blue highlighter with labels of their room names under them. The first reads Headmaster's Office. The sight of the word Headmaster makes Jordan shudder. There was no way his first destination would be there. The second highlighted room says Patient Registration, and the third, Sebastian's private chamber. God only knew what that implied. After a study of the 3 rooms, he concludes on Patient Registration. If Matt were in the asylum, that would be the best place to look for clues. On the way to Patient Registration, Jordan takes in the looks of the building. This is what the asylum looked like in its working days, unlike the destroyed-looking one in his world. This one is full of clean, open patient rooms. Doctors and nurses fill the halls with working equipment. Its appearance presents it as a standard hospital, but something wasn't right. When you would come into a person's view, be it a doctor or patient, their eyes opened in terror. People who were talking became mute. Though he never talked to any of them, it looked like they were muttering the words "help" under their breaths. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it now. He had to find Matt and destroy this place, he thinks to himself, as he enters the room marked Patient Registration above it. As soon as Jordan enters the room, he sees a shade of green surrounding the room. Small groups of men and women in catatonic states are seated in wheelchairs, staring at the wall in separate corners of the room. Some patients who had some sense in them look at him, giving him an uncanny feeling. Some are wide-eyed, while others smile apprehensively. Ignoring the distractions, he sees a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes in a nursing outfit, writing in a notebook behind a desk. Suspecting this to be a nurse, he approaches her, clearing his throat, getting her attention. She raises her head unfazed, and in an unpleasant tone asks,
"Why are you wearing a patient gown, sir?"
He forgot about the gown. Jordan nervously tries to come up with the best lie he could think of.
Oh, well, you see, I came here to ask for a fresh set of clothes because I was ready to leave.
She stares at him with blue eyes and a tiresome voice.
Sir, no one leaves this place.
The last sentence makes his stomach drop. Did Jacob lie? Is there no way out? Knowing it would be best if he didn't wear a gown, he asks.
Can you give me some new clothes? I don't like the gown I'm wearing.
The nurse grunts, standing up from her chair as she enters the room behind her. With the woman gone, he looks over the desk to study the notebook she was writing in. The labeled words, patient numbers, and ward locations in the notebook got his attention. He glances across the room, noticing the people no longer paying attention to him. Quickly, he grabs the notebook, sliding it into one of the pockets on the gown. A minute later, the nurse arrives at the desk, handing Jordan a shirt and blue trousers. She rolls her eyes, asking,
Is there anything else you need?
He readies to leave before an overwhelming noise comes from the right side of the room. A set of men in white lab coats walks through a door, turning their attention to one of the men in the wheelchairs.
The headmaster will see you now, Mr. Woodson.
The man in the wheelchair, who Jordan presumes to be Mr. Woodson, shouts into a frenzy. The once catatonic inmate who sat in the corner inaudibly was now screaming indiscriminately.
No! Anyone but the headmaster, help me, please! Someone help me!
The group of men restrains him while another pulls a syringe from his pocket, pushing it into his arm. Mr. Woodson's movements start to become slower and slower before his eyes close. Quietly, the woman at the corner lets out a chuckle.
The headmaster will surely enjoy this one,
she says, grinning ear to ear.
What do you mean, enjoy?
Jordan spins around, asking the lady. She stares off in the distance, speaking absent-mindedly.
Sebastian loves to hear those who scream of fear and anguish from those he tortures. In his dark and twisted mind, one thing repeats that he tells us again and again. The longer the pieces of my collection fear death, the more they will beg and cry to be free, even though such a thing as freedom never existed.
With those final words, Jordan exits the patient registration as quickly as he entered. If he could guess what she meant by her little speech, the man would die terribly. Out in the hall, he is watching the staff walk around, tending to the sick. Jordan holds the notebook close to his chest, the only clue to finding Matt in his hands. Again, the sight of Jordan causes everyone to suspend their actions or conversation. Their eyes burn into his skin as they gaze at him, doing nothing else. He does his best to ignore it, before finding an empty storage closet. He locks the door behind him, putting on the shirt and the trousers the nurse gave him. Now better dressed, he pulls out the notebook, scanning through it. Most of the pages contain useless information except for the last page. Patient numbers and locations are what he needed. The page displays patient numbers, serial numbers, and locations of the patients. He starts to read the journal in his head. Dana Hoxter, patient number 342, Ward C. Ivan Stewart, patient number 264, Ward C. Matthew Richardson, patient number 547, Ward B. Knowing Matt's location, Jordan opens the door to the storage closet. He's met by an unfamiliar scene, making him drop the notebook. The hall is empty. Moments ago, it was full of people. Now there wasn't a person in sight. The portraits on the walls were what caught his attention. It was Mr. Woodson, the man whom Jordan saw in the patient registration room. When Jordan last saw him, he had a trimmed gray beard and seemed to be a short man. The details were vague due to the distance between them. Across the wall, portraits show torture he went through. No doubt Sebastian's work. In some of them, he has no skin on his body. Others showed organs and puddles of blood on the floor beneath him. The horrific detail shown in a certain one is the last one in the hall. It displays Mr. Woodson held to a wooden stick, hoisted by chains in the appearance of a crucifixion. His stomach shows open wounds by some type of sharp object. Jordan covers his mouth, attempting not to gag. The people here don't deserve this. He was the only one who could set the people free. Squinting through the portraits, he could outline scribbled words with an arrow pointing left. Cautiously, he walks up to it, reading the words to himself. Ward B, rooms 500 to 575. Jordan races down the hall, watching the numbers on the rooms start to decrease until room 547 is in front of him. He grasps the doorknob, pushing the door open with absolute silence. The room is dark, covered in all white except for a bed in the middle. Someone lays on the bed, coughing weakly. Slowly, Jordan approaches it, whispering,
"Matt, is that you?"
A quiet grunt of acknowledgement comes from the person in the bed. Taking this to be Matt, Jordan walks to the bed, overtaken with joy to see his friend again before a familiar voice comes from the bed.
"Mistake."
Suddenly, two figures enter the room, blocking the entrance. They let out a small laugh, pointing to the bed behind. Instantly, a slight pinch across the side of Jordan's neck sends him barreling to the floor. He turns to see Sebastian rising from the bed, holding a syringe. He claps his hands together, the sinister smile forming across his face.
Well, well, look who we have here. The famous Jordan Myers.
Sebastian says playfully. Jordan tries to rise to his feet, taking the needle out of his neck, coughing along the way as he weakly says,
"Go fuck yourself."
Looking down, Sebastian smirks. His red eyes fill the room with an exhilarating tone. He says with glee,
"You know something? I've heard so much about you from the figures, and that talk you had with Jacob was just brilliant."
Sebastian kicks Jordan's hand, causing him to fall to the ground once more.
"I didn't think I'd be able to meet you. You're the first person to escape my figures. You escaped death. Too bad your friends weren't so lucky."
He kneels beside him, whispering like a snake.
"Isn't it poetic after all this time? You belong to me now."
Again, Jordan tries to rise to his feet, attempting to speak, but the syringe's effects soon make him unconscious. The last words he hears before the world goes black is,
"Don't waste your energy. Shortly you'll be dreaming, and when you awake, we can have fun."
Sebastian says to Jordan, laughing maniacally.
I have special plans for you.
Jordan awakens, finding himself tied to a chair, his wrists bound to both sides, refusing him to move. Attempting to figure out where he is, he looks around the room, yelling,
"Help! Help! Is anyone there?"
His question is met with complete silence. He could do nothing but look at the wall in front of him. The room resents a revolting shade of red. He looks around, seeing engravings on the wooden panel. They are in a language he can't understand. Portraits of people in different tortured positions fill the room. Across the room, Jordan notices a group of surgical instruments with the words "Playtime Instruments" on them. Neatly across it are scissors, an iron rod, a pot of boiled water, a thumb screw, and pliers. He tries again to free his bindings, but to no avail. Suddenly, the door opens behind him. Sebastian enters the room. His expression shows a demented smile, giving the message these next few minutes were going to be painful. Jordan snaps at Sebastian.
"What the fuck do you think you're smiling about, you psycho? Let me go."
Sebastian shakes his finger, looking into the boy's eyes, taunting him.
Sorry, I can't do that. You've already escaped me once, and I can't let it happen again. After all, I have a reputation to keep around here. But now that you're awake, we can finally get to work.
Jordan hisses at Sebastian.
You're fucking insane.
Sebastian lets off a slight sarcastic shrug.
Funny, I don't hear that one a lot.
Jordan pleads.
All these people you've hurt, they don't deserve this. I don't deserve this.
Sebastian, ignoring the speech across the room, moves the table of the torturous instruments beside him. He lets out a sigh as he picks up a scalpel.
Has Jacob been telling you sob stories?
Sebastian's dead eyes study the tool with hellacious interest.
Don't you realize that these people are incurable? The only thing they deserve is pain and misery for what they've done to other people.
Jordan retorts.
Jacob told me what you did to your patients. The paintings and the murders. How could you do it?
They're incurable.
Sebastian's detached tone morphs into an aggressive growl.
I was willing to do what others couldn't.
Jordan scoffs at him.
So that meant killing them and trapping their souls into portraits?
Sebastian smashes his fist into the table, but takes a deep breath to restrain himself. He calmly sets the scalpel down on the table. His long fingers coil across the table's edge like 10 dead serpents. Cracks and snaps echo through the room. A spark of madness ignites Sebastian's widening eyes as he explains.
God can't judge these people. Only I can.
You're not even human,
Jordan whispers. Tilting his head, Sebastian chuckles evilly.
You make it sound like you're in hell.
This is hell. The way you treat these people.
Sebastian smirks wickedly with a satanic tone.
There's something I want you to know, and that is this. This place isn't hell.
His smirk now ear to ear.
I am what makes it hell.
He quickly reaches for the pliers, inserting them into Jordan's mouth. But Jordan counters, biting down onto Sebastian's finger. With a groan of pain, he removes his finger from Jordan's mouth, looking at it in pain. A short expression of hurt forms on his face, turning to a frightful laugh. The feeling of surprise creeps on him, seeing blood from his finger. The collective doctor shows the expression of a surprised man. In a hellacious tone, Sebastian whispers,
You'll pay for that.
Jordan spits at him.
Go ahead. Do your worst.
Sebastian opens a cabinet from the table, revealing a set of mouth props. Quickly, he forces the mouth props into Jordan's mouth. With the prop now inside, he couldn't close his mouth. Again, Sebastian pushes the pliers into his mouth, grasping 2 of Jordan's teeth, pulling them out. Blood streams from Jordan's mouth as he screams out in pain, making him struggle for air. The feeling of torment rushes through his body, causing him to nearly pass out.
See, that wasn't hard now, was it?
Sebastian says, wiping the blood off his face. Jordan doesn't blink at the question. Instead, he coughs out blood, landing on Sebastian. Slowly wiping the blood from his face, he sighs in disappointment.
I was going to say this for last, but you've forced my hand. Now I'm going to make you scream.
Sebastian eyes the thumbscrew with the smile of a serpent. He grabs it, admiring the device in the light. Jordan widens his eyes with shock.
What the fuck is that?
His eyes were glued to the gadget in front of him. Sebastian explains.
This item is called a thumbscrew. Thomas Clarkson created it in the 1800s to crush prisoners' fingers, and because you're misbehaving, that will cost you a finger.
He puts the contraption into Jordan's index finger. With a slow turn, the device activates, twisting his finger sideways, hearing sharp cracks. With the blood dripping from his mouth, Jordan cries out.
Why are you doing this to me?
He screams, trying to break the restraints.
When you entered my asylum, one of your friends broke a portrait of mine. These portraits mean everything to me. It shows my accomplishments and how I've changed the world for the better. Your friend destroyed something significant to me. I believe his name was... Jeff?
Sebastian says, scratching his chin in self-assurance. Jeff's name makes Jordan jump from the chair, nearly breaking the restraints. Jordan growls, his voice consumed by madness.
Don't you dare talk about him like that. He did nothing to you.
Sebastian winks.
The mention of your friend strikes a nerve, does it?
The machine finishes with one final crunch. Jordan's index finger was dangling, tossed in the opposite direction of where it originally was. Sebastian puts his hands on his cheeks, smiling.
Such a beautiful sight, isn't it? The sounds of pain and vision of grief on a person's face. It makes me smile so much.
He looks Jordan in the eye with sharp words, playfully saying,
Just like Matt.
Jordan's voice shakes the room.
What the fuck did you do to him?
Well, aren't you interested? Since we're playing 20 questions, I don't see any crime in telling you.
I swear if you did anything to him, I'll fucking kill you.
Sebastian stops and looks at Jordan.
You may have escaped the first time, but do you know what Matt did? He ran straight into my office.
Letting out a menacing chuckle, Sebastian continues in his dark tone.
Because I've been dormant for so long, I required a person to practice my skills on.
His calm demeanor was now a vicious monotone.
He begged for his life, and it didn't mean anything to me. All he did was talk, so I had to silence him.
Sebastian gestures a sewing and cutting motion with his hands.
I sewed his mouth shut,
his voice changing to a menacing tone.
I took a scalpel and removed the top of his skull, revealing his brain. I had never done anything like this, so I was just as surprised as he was when I saw it.
Fighting the urge to vomit, Jordan lets out,
You bastard.
I took a sewing needle, taking the brain apart piece by piece. I had to get a memory of it.
Pointing to a curtain, Sebastian moves towards it.
I took Matt inside, killing him and bringing him back to life multiple times. But this portrait is my favorite.
Without remorse, Sebastian releases the curtain, revealing the contents behind it. Under it is a portrait of Matt. Chunks of brain matter lay on the floor. His arms lay in pieces, and the skin across his face is now bone and tendon. Jordan yells, nearly destroying his lungs.
I'll fucking kill you. Do you hear me? I will fucking kill you. Just wait until I get out of here.
Waving his finger, Sebastian taunts him.
No. You see, I'm going to kill you.
He strolls to the phone on his desk. With the phone in his hand, he pushes buttons, dialing for someone. A woman on the other end instantly picks up a sense of fear in her voice.
Front desk, how can I help you, Headmaster?
I need you to send Dr. Irving up.
She'll be up right away.
Thank you.
He hangs up the phone, admiring his portraits along the wall. Jordan lets out a weak breath.
I'm not gonna beg. If you're gonna kill me, just do it. At least I'll be free of this hellhole. You're one sick fuck, and I hope you get what's coming for you.
Before Sebastian could reply, the door opens, revealing a short woman wearing a white jacket with blonde hair and green eyes. She enters the room, a look of pity formed across her face. Sebastian opens his arms in joy.
Ah, Dr. Irving, my friend, I'm glad you're here. Keep an eye on my patient as I grab the advanced tools, please.
In a soulless tone, she nods.
Of course, Headmaster.
As soon as Sebastian leaves the room, she runs over to Jordan, grabbing the restraints across his hands, breaking them. Jordan looks at her, confused. In a shocked tone, he questions.
What are you doing?
Dr. Irving explains in an eager tone.
Helping you escape. I'm not the only one who wants to leave this afterlife asylum.
Confusion fills his voice.
How does helping me escape help you?
We know you weren't in the original explosion.
Dr. Irving's voice turns into a tone of help.
It means your soul isn't bound to this place.
She points at him, holding back tears.
You can kill the headmaster and destroy this place.
Jordan remembers the look of pain on Sebastian's face when he bit his finger. It now made sense. Sebastian can be hurt, and therefore killed, since he came here out of free will. The last restraint comes undone, causing Jordan to crumple onto the floor. He coughs blood from his mouth, spitting it onto the ground. Dr. Irving puts her arm over his shoulder, looking into Jordan's eyes, pleading with him.
Please, you have to destroy this place. Destroy the boiler room in the basement. It's the only way this asylum can be destroyed.
She points to all the portraits.
Their souls will be free. All of us trapped here will be free, including you.
Jordan looks at her cautiously.
Aren't you afraid of what will happen to you?
Grim formality crosses Dr. Irving's face. She grabs Jordan's arm, ominously saying there's someone else in the boiler room. She pauses, thinking of all the terrors she has seen.
Only Sebastian goes down to the basement. He says that's where his lost ones are. I don't know what they are, but I'm hoping none of us find out. This place is already full of terrors.
Listening to her words, Jordan rises to his feet, ready to leave, before seeing the portraits on the walls. He remembers Sebastian praising their worthiness to him. He looks at them, rubbing the tips of his fingers on one. Jordan grins at the portrait.
First, let me piss him off a little.
Jordan takes the portrait of Matt, smashing it onto the ground, destroying it. Dr. Irving stands there, shocked. Never had someone rebelled against Sebastian this much. Feeling a rush of excitement, she takes a portrait, tossing it against the wall, destroying it. She looks at Jordan with a mix of despair and sorrow.
We're wasting time. You need to get out of here and finish this. The door's at the end of the hall on the left. Free us from this hell.
Jordan nods and grabs a scalpel from the surgical table for extra measure, exiting the room. The feeling of being at the asylum for the first time flows through his bones at its appearance. Dim lights cover the halls, with tiny drops of water leaking from the roof. Death fills the air, and small gusts of wind blow across the hall. A tone of misery comes from the door ahead of him. It's not a voice he recognized, so maybe the odds were in his favor for once. He opens the door, revealing a man strapped onto a stainless table. Blood covers the man, creating a puddle underneath the wooden table he lays on. Open wounds were causing the man pain, yet he smiled, creating a sense of unease in the air. Looking closer, Jordan sees it to be Mr. Woodson. Cautiously, Jordan whispers from the door.
Mr. Woodson, can you hear me?
He shakes violently, moving the table left and right, blood spilling from the wounds as he stops, his eyes rolling back into his head as he says in a hazy voice,
We don't live and we don't die.
Jordan enters the room, closing the door behind him. Taking slow steps, he asks again, this time with more confidence.
Mr. Woodson, are you okay? Can you hear me?
His appearance is now more transparent, nearly causing Jordan to vomit. Black holes fill where his eyes should be, A smell of molten flesh comes from his stomach. Mr. Woodson attempts to rise to a sitting position, but the glue keeps him attached to the table. As he moves, the sound of trickling blood onto the floor fills the area. Twitching, he turns, facing Jordan. With his half-sewn shut mouth, he says, brainwashed,
He hurts us. He always hurts us. There is no freedom. There is no hope. Our pain is what keeps us alive. Without pain, there is no life. Without life, the pain will seize me. I mean nothing. I am nothing. I don't deserve the glory of a portrait.
Jordan keeps his distance and asks,
What are you talking about? You're not making any sense.
Who I am means nothing. I belong to the headmaster, and the headmaster only. Soon, you'll belong to him too. Go to the basement, find the lost ones, end this all. Kill me. Set me free.
I can't do that. Please, you can't ask me to do something like that.
Hearing this, Mr. Woodson looks at Jordan. His face turns to madness.
You must kill me. He'll be back. I can't handle any more of this.
Mr. Woodson again tries to rise from the table. The sound of flesh peeling from his back nearly made Jordan vomit. With panic, Jordan says to Mr. Woodson,
I'm sorry, I can't help you right now. But soon you'll be free. I promise.
With those words, he exits the room. Sweat pours down his face as he looks across every corner for the basement door. A rush of urgency fills his body to the brim. All the pain he endured before was gone at the sight in front of him. The basement door was now in view. Sebastian hums in a leisurely tone, walking a surgical cart to his office, passing staff and patients. The nods and winks he gives them send shivers down the staff's spines. Outside the office, he puts on his mask, ready to finally kill Jordan. A satisfying grin forms on his face as he turns the knob to his office, entering it. Instantly, Sebastian lets go of the cart, dropping the items in his hands. All of Sebastian's portraits lay on the ground, cracked and ripped to pieces around the ground. A void of madness and destruction takes over Sebastian as he sees Dr. Irving reaching for one of the portraits, tearing it apart. In a fit of fury, he runs to her, grasping both his hands around her neck.
What have you done to my portraits?
The room nearly shakes from the rage scorching from his mouth. Dr. Irving spits at Sebastian, replying,
I'm doing what other people are afraid to do, and that's stopping you.
Violently, he throws her to the other side of the room. His muscles and veins are tense, his voice so loud and intimidating it would make anyone freeze in fear.
Do you know how long these took? How much they meant to me?
Struggling to get up, looking into the eyes of the madman as he strides towards her.
That's why I'm destroying them. Soon, Jordan will set all of us free.
Sebastian grips her by the neck again, letting out a scream of anger. He turns her head around, breaking her neck. Her body goes limp, killing her instantly. He carries the lifeless body across the room, exiting his office. The crashing sound of the office door makes the staff turn to Sebastian. Never have they seen him in a mood like this. He stretches out the limp body of Dr. Irving, extending it to his staff in a demanding tone.
Find Jordan Myers. Bring him to me. If you don't, this will be your fate.
The staff, knowing their lives are in danger, scamper across the asylum. Sebastian turns back to the office, seeing his portraits in the ruins. He puts his hands over his head, growling loudly.
I'll find you, you. You son of a bitch.
Steadily, he approaches a bookshelf, pulling it from the hinges, causing it to collapse. Behind it is a small room, revealing figures gathered together, staring at Sebastian. He points to the figures.
All of you out! You're to capture Jordan on sight.
They move to the entrance before one looks back and protests.
But Headmaster, didn't you want him alive?
Sebastian's hands wrap around the figure's head, squeezing it furiously. Suddenly, its head explodes like a watermelon, splattering black liquid across the room. The figure's body falls back, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Sebastian glances over, noticing a black sealed envelope among the shattered glass. He opens it, revealing the content inside. A photo of Jacob and Sebastian in their younger days, wearing suits. He whispers under his breath, crushing the photo.
You brought him here to kill me, didn't you, old friend? I swear, if you're still in the asylum when this is over, I'll make you suffer until your last breath, Jacob.
Jordan reaches the basement, only to be welcomed by a horrendous smell in a dark room. He couldn't see anything, nor hear anything. Holding his nose, he reaches the last step, hearing someone groan in the distance. Jordan replies with a panic in his voice.
Who's there?
Another loud, distressing groan is what he gets in reply, accompanied by another. Within seconds, the room is deafening with vile sounds screaming in every corner. He glides along the wall, looking for a light, struggling to stay conscious. He feels a square panel, pushing it as hard as he can. Finally, light floods the room, revealing the horrifying sight in front of him. The humidity and heat coming from the basement make it feel like a giant stew pot simmering, a sickening stew of feces, blood, and urine. Soon, Jordan realizes that this isn't a basement. It is a torturing center, holding people in cells. Haunting moans and blood-curdling cries echo from every room. A glimpse through the prison bars reveals people covered with pus-filled cuts and jagged scars. Jordan could feel the filth squish under his feet, but didn't dare to look at what they were slogging in. Instead, he fixes his gaze upon the poor souls in each rusty cage. Some of them have bloody stumps instead of arms and legs. Others stand in deranged silence, gnawing on their shredded flesh. Another disfigured person sits in the corner, scratching his empty eye sockets with a screwdriver to draw something on the wall. A painful groan catches Jordan's attention. It comes from a man with an empty mouth. His gums, teeth, and tongue are missing. Nothing but an empty blob of skin remains. Above this man is a sign. Lost causes. The man groans again, pointing to the other side of him. On the wall behind Jordan are the words, "No more pain." It all makes sense now, what the lost causes are. The basement contains patients who no longer fear Sebastian or feel pain. Sebastian couldn't find a use for them or hurt them, since pain and fear don't exist in their minds. He keeps the ones he can't hurt in the basement. Abruptly, a sound comes above Jordan, causing him to stumble to the ground. The sound of a dragging limp, one that seemed all too familiar. The figures were coming. He looks at the groaning man.
Where's the boiler room?
He asks in desperation. Like a chorus, all the lost ones point to a small door in unison. Jordan dashes to the door, busting it down. The room entrance reveals a dark, steaming room with a sound of dragging footsteps coming from behind him. It was the figures. They were in the basement, knowing the danger of them. He hides behind a pipe. The figures walk towards one of the lost causes, grabbing their arms so hard you could hear the bones snap. It looks at the man, and in a silent, grisly tone, it asks,
"Where is Jordan?"
The lost one ignores the question, letting out a muffled tone.
"Don't you see? All you are is a lifeless husk. Soon you'll become one of us. You'll soon know your life isn't worth anything, even to the headmaster. When you do, he will have no use for you. You will become one of us."
The words catch the figures off guard, making them let go of the man. Anyone who didn't feel pain from Sebastian ended up down here. All at once, the truth of the basement comes across them. They were going to end up down here no matter what. A sense of retaliation and surrender come across the figures, knowing this would be their fate. Jordan couldn't believe the figures were showing human emotion. He didn't even think of them as human, but whatever they are, no one deserves a fate like this. Slowly, he exits the boiler room, looking at them, proclaiming,
"He doesn't care for any of you. Sebastian doesn't care for anyone here. All he wants is pain and despair. I'm willing to stop this. Soon this place can be—"
He's cut off as the door is thrown open. Sebastian invades the room. His dark red eyes lock onto Jordan. With a crisp tone, he taunts.
What an inspiring speech. It's touching indeed. I don't care for anyone here, including you, Jordan. There's nowhere to hide now. I'm going to kill you, and then I'll make the asylum mine once again.
One of the figures intervenes, grabbing his headmaster from behind. With a sharp instinct, Sebastian grabs the figure's arm, tearing it off in a single swipe. The figure falls to the ground, writhing in pain. In a betrayed tone, Sebastian screams,
"I've given you this gift, and this is how you treat me?"
Jordan recoils back into the corner, watching the figures turn into a defensive stance.
"We're not afraid of you anymore, Headmaster."
Sebastian approaches the remaining figures with a grim walk, a monstrous look on his face.
"Soon, you will be."
Jordan didn't know what to do. He was trapped, and the only other door was blocked by the commotion. It looks like the end, before a doctor jumps on Sebastian's back. A feeling of numbness runs throughout Sebastian's neck, the sense of failing muscles filling his body. He looks behind him to see a doctor injecting a black serum into his neck. Shaking the needle off his neck, he hears massive amounts of footsteps approach the basement door. Doctors and nurses flood the basement, stabbing needles into Sebastian, bringing him to his knees. The figures and Jordan watch in disbelief as the staff of Meadowbrook Asylum overpower their headmaster. No matter how hard he tries to fight them off, the drugs are now taking effect. Sebastian falls to the ground, coughing, looking at his staff weakly, saying between coughs,
"You can't kill me. I'll be up soon, and when I do, I will end you all."
A doctor comes from the group, staring at Sebastian's burnt, pale face. He points to Jordan. The words from Dr. Irving come to Jordan's mind that he can kill him. He takes the scalpel from his pocket he stole from the office, shuffling to Sebastian. Two doctors tackle Sebastian, restraining him. Gently, Jordan rubs the blade across the madman's neck. In a weak tone, Sebastian replies, laughing.
"Go ahead. Do it."
Jordan stares into Sebastian's soulless eyes, whispering to him,
"You told me once, you're what makes hell here. Well, you aren't anymore. Let me show you what hell really feels like."
He slices the scalpel across Sebastian's neck, swiftly causing him to fall to the ground. Blood squirts as the eyes from the headmaster turn lifeless. Jordan smiles, knowing Sebastian, the headmaster of Meadowbrook Asylum, is now dead. The staff stare at his motionless body, not knowing what to say. For the first time, everyone was free. Tears stream down their faces as the realization of freedom sets in. The doctor from the crowd approaches Sebastian.
You've killed him. I can't believe it. He's dead.
Jordan questions the man's statement.
He's dead, right? This isn't a trick, is it? I've seen what he can do.
The doctors nod with acknowledgement.
Yes. Let's finish this quickly then.
He leads Jordan to the boiler room, signaling him to enter. The staff heads to each of the lost ones' cells, opening them, freeing them. Smiles replace the flat expressions they once had. Jordan enters the boiler room with the doctor. A noise of working machinery fills the room. Ancient mechanisms fill the room, with steam exiting from each one. In a prominent tone, he asks,
"How do we destroy this room?"
The doctor stares at a wheezing gas pump, breaking off one of the pipes, creating a gas leak. At the corner of the room is a golden lighter. Jordan walks over to the lighter, igniting it, showing it could work. He holds the lighter, stepping to the other room, chattering to the staff.
"With this, I will free you from this place. I can destroy the boiler room and send you to the afterlife you deserve. If anyone doesn't want this, speak now."
Everyone remains silent, giving the signal to destroy the asylum. Jordan approaches the pump, putting the lighter beside it, letting out a spark that creates a fire. The staff members rise, eyeing the fire. Some sit there, watching in awe as others open their arms and walk towards it. A faint blue essence exits each person as they touch the flame. Their bodies turn to ash, making the flame grow. Jordan could barely open his eyes as the flames approached him. He didn't know what would happen. Would the flames engulf him? Would he die? Would he come back to his physical body? He didn't know, but there was only one way to find out. He sits there, smiling, accepting his fate, throwing the lighter into the fire, destroying the asylum's purgatory, freeing the souls. Jordan coughs, awaking on the asylum's cold floor. He looks at it, recognizing its destroyed features. He was now back in his world. Struggling to his feet, Jordan leans against the room, yelling across the asylum.
"Jacob, where are you?"
He receives no answer, making him nervous. Jordan's vision adjusts to the dark, seeing Jacob looking at the wall where the portraits were. Except this time, they're gone. The gruesome images were gone. The figures were no longer in the room. Jacob turns to Jordan. A sense of calm comes through his voice.
"Well, you did it, kid. Whoever was there can now rest in peace."
Jordan rises to his feet, matching the gaze of Jacob, confused.
"So, what happens now?"
Jacob breathes as tears start to form.
"Honestly, I don't know. I brought you here to destroy the portrait world, and you've done what I asked. Did you find out what happened to your friend?"
Jordan puts his head down, staying quiet. Jacob drags himself over to Jordan, patting his back.
"I'm sorry, but there's nothing you could have done. His sacrifice wasn't in vain."
"What do you mean?"
Jordan asks. Replying in a graceful tone, Jacob points to all corners of the room.
"The figures you saw before you entered the portrait world disappeared. When you destroyed the asylum's purgatory, they disappeared, rescuing them from their prison. Without Sebastian or the asylum, no one can control them, meaning they're now free, and they can finally rest in peace.
Jordan smiles at the comment.
Now that it's over, what will you do?
Jacob lowers his head, downhearted.
Well, there's only one thing I can do from now on. I need to destroy this place. There are still people who know what happened here. This place doesn't deserve to live.
He stares out the window, putting his hand against it.
Well, I've done many things I'll have to answer for when I die. But there's still one thing I can do to redeem myself. While you were in the portrait world, the figures helped me lace the place with gasoline. I'm gonna burn Meadowbrook to the ground. It's time for me and the asylum to join Sebastian.
Jordan turns to the exit before looking at Jacob one final time.
Thank you. I could have never done this without you.
With those final words, he exits the asylum, watching the sight of orange flames grow. He walks away, knowing it's over. Jordan's friends may be gone, but he knew one thing for sure. Meadowbrook Asylum is gone, and the souls that were damned could finally rest.